council meeting via video and telephonic meeting scheduled for Tuesday, August 4th. It is scheduled for 5:30 p.m. Would you please would you please conduct roll call? City Secretary Acosta.
Yes, sir. And the meeting is being called forward at 5:30, correct?
Yes, 5:30. I'm sorry. We're just used to 6:30. Sorry.
It's okay. Mayor Bruno Lozano.
Present.
Councilwoman Diana B. Salgado.
Here.
Councilman Roland Garza. Councilman Raul C. Ojeda. Councilman Alfredo Carranza Jr. Councilman James Jerus.
Here.
Councilwoman Elizabeth Elizalde de Calderon.
Present.
One more time for Councilman Roland Garza. Councilman Raul C. Ojeda. Councilman Alfredo Carranza Jr. Okay. Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you, City Secretary Acosta. We're now on to other business items.
Have sewn almost 1,000 cloth masks up to this point, and are working on an additional 445. Reminder, since May 27, we have no online convenience fee to make payments to your utility bills or property tax. For those, you can also pay over the phone by calling 866-299-3771. And for making payments over the phone for a municipal court fine, you can call 866-282-1248. I will say, since the last report a week ago, the public media has shared 26 informative posts on social media. We do have a dedicated webpage on our website as well that has been recently updated and improved. We do have our COVID-19 line. That phone number is 830-775-2313. The hours are 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays. We just expanded. We were ending at 5 p.m. That's been expanded to 7 p.m. on the weekdays, and on Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. In addition, frequently asked questions that we receive on the hotline, we put those on our website and also on Facebook. And lastly, again, we are distributing the free cloth masks to the public through the following means: to our transportation clients and households, to our WIC clients and households, to the senior meal program clients and their households. We do partner with the county for the commissioner's food distribution events, and we also provided some to the housing authority directly for their residents. And lastly, if you come through the drive-thru at City Hall, you can request them there as well. Mayor, Council, this concludes my brief update on city operations.
Thank you, Mr. Wanowski. I believe we now have Mr. John Sheedy next.
Yes, Mayor Lozano, City Council, Manager Wanowski, staff, and citizens. We'll go ahead and start my presentation. Let me share this screen out here. So this will be just a continuing, ongoing kind of briefing of where we've been and what we're doing at the EOC. This is our new graph that we've worked, really hard on. We've listened to a lot of folks. Everybody's had some really good input and some really good ideas, and we're finally starting to pull it all together. We have a few more things we'd like to do, and it's kind of a work in progress. But I want to thank, I believe it's Dr. Palau that's gotten us all the demographics out here, which is very helpful for folks to see kind of what's going on with the patients and the outcomes there, the ages, the fatality percentages. BiPAPs, thanks to the hospital for providing this information. We're able to show how many beds are available each day and what the status of the hospitalizations are. Of course, we have all of our standard information across the top. We're including the graph, the middle, in our graphic. We're going to include a couple graphs. The first one that we're just kind of sticking with is this is just our ongoing from the beginning graph that shows our total cases. That will always be maintained current. And then we have just we think another important thing is our recovered cases versus our active cases. They've been making quite a bit of progress out there. Of course, you can see on this was on Friday. We hit 50-50. And then the other thing, of course, that we know everybody's focused on is our positivity rates. And again, as we mentioned, this first number is across the since the beginning, and it's showing us currently at an 18.34 positive test rate, and that's a 0.22 increase from the day before. And the other number, of course, that we've talked about how we've included this other number, which is only looking at more recent data, which is 7 days. And of course, it's still, a little bit higher. It's at 23.77. But the good news is that was a decrease of 4.75 from the previous report. This was just our report from yesterday. Again, just to show a couple things, how they've changed. We can see, we only have 1 bed available now. That situation's gotten a little more, serious at the hospital. Our graph's been updated. We can see our positivity rate, where they are. It increased 0.12%, and there was an increase this time on the recent, but it was only 0.56. We can see recovered cases continuing to rise. Now we have more recovered cases than we do active cases. So of course that's good news. This is that main graph that we look at that shows all of our cases. We've talked about how, I believe I spoke to council last time about how we're kind of looking at the event in 4 phases, and this kind of indicates those 4 phases where we got to 13, and then we sat at 13, and then we started doing a few more cases, and then we got into double digits, which is where we've been through today. This is showing we just kind of do a breakdown to show in the last 30 days. We just keep this updated to show, where those cases are coming from. And of our 1564 total cases, we have 1,269 within the last 30 days. So of course, that's over 80% of our cases have been last month. This is that graph that we, and this hasn't been updated. This was from last week, but week 18, this took us to Friday, but this just shows us kind of how they've changed over time. We can see the recovered, and then we can see, of course, we've had more active cases coming in here at the end. This is just the simple update. Again, we like to show the recovered. This is going back 3 weeks. You can see the difference. I mean, we only had 19% recovered. We had 81% active, and we look at today, and we're, of course, we've made great progress there. So that's really, really something positive. This is just the graph that we show. We want to, this is very helpful to show not only the positivity rate, but to show the decrease and increase. So if we go back to week 17, we can see that, that Monday we had 15.39, and as we moved on up, it was a gradual increase. I know we've been over this, so I'm not going to go over all of it, the details again, just to update everyone. But then we can see the change each day down here. So they've been very minuscule changes. There hasn't been anything too drastic last week. This week is even better as far as what our increases have been. I mean, we've had, again, very small increases. And so, and this ends on the 31st. So we'll start a new one on Monday. we'll present that later. This is just showing, again, this is the graph that's the indication of the recent. So this is the one that has the higher numbers, of course. And we can see kind of we've been pretty high up here at 30%, 29, 30%. And then, you know, we've gradually started declining this last week. So this is, again, this is good news for us. We've had some good declines. We're down to 2377 on Friday. This is just a really quick representation of the two things we look at, which is the change in positive cases and then the change in recovered. And it's interesting to look at them together because you can see where, of course, we had some drastic, and these are all percentages. So we had some, really, really severe increases, you know, 140%, you know, 110%, 100% positive cases. But now the positive cases, they're still increasing. But on week 16, they only increased 40%. Week 17, they increased, you know, maybe 32 or something. And then this past week, they increased maybe 30. So, but of course, it's very impressive to look at the recoveries, which we know is really good. They've had, you know, there's been 140% increase a couple weeks ago for recoveries. And this week, this last week, there was still over 100% increase in recoveries. So we're doing good with that number. This just goes to show just the overall where we've been for the last month. Representation of, you know, our cases went up 11. Our active cases went up 11%. Our total cases, they're still rising. Of course, we can see we had an increase of 72% in our total cases over the last month. But the most important thing is we've had a 329% in recoveries. This is just looking at the state. Of course, we know kind of what's going on with the state. It's still not, you know, there's nothing really positive out there with the state. We can see their daily new reported cases over here. And of course, this isn't really encouraging right now, especially when we look at the 7-day average and we've started going an increase again. This is the fatalities, date of death. And we can see that this one looks better because we have started a decrease on fatalities. These last two are just cumulative, so they don't show as much reported cases and reported fatalities. This is just looking at Department of State Health Services, a recent breakdown of what they've got as far as the infection, the age that people are mostly impacted, and nothing too surprising here. I mean, it's the 20 to 60 makes up for, it looks like, the vast majority of the cases. We can see the gender and the ethnicity over here. It looks like, you know, there's considerably more males have been infected than females by this indication. This is just something that I came across yesterday, looking at a few things, trying to you know, kind of looking at Val Verde County and Del Rio as far as where our numbers are, and it was just alarming. And I try and always stay with things from, of course, CDC and Department of State Health Services. You know, we know their numbers are good. This was actually a report that the New York Times had done. They've been doing quite a lot of data breakdown, and it is what it is. But when I searched, when I sorted this by total deaths, let me see where that was. Yeah, these somehow got changed. When I sorted this by total deaths per 100,000, we can see that Val Verde County, I mean, we're the 5th county, and so, you know, that's certainly alarming. But this one is the one that really, when you go and sort by deaths in the last 7 days per 100,000, Val Verde County is sitting at the very, very top of all counties in Texas, and that's showing us with 41 fatalities. And so those two numbers are certainly alarming, and they reflect what I think we've all seen with our fatalities and our concerns. We're working on a lot of things. We spent last week, I think I'd mentioned last council meeting, we had a representative, a lieutenant from the National Guard that was helping us with temporary mortuary services. She was super helpful, and she developed some specific things about dealing with fatalities and the bodies and how we're tracking that, and so she got us some really good information that we're working on, and then I've developed a flow chart working with the hospital and working with Lieutenant White's information. We've put together a fairly comprehensive chart that'll step. We also involved, of course, the mortuary services, and this will step everybody, the mortuary services, from the moment that a body would be picked up, the process that they go through for a COVID versus a non-COVID patient, the care that the body is given, the belongings. Everything's a little different for the two different kinds of patients, and then all the way up to the point where the body is transported, and then how we're going to, if of course we're hoping we never even have to open the doors, but in the event that we do need that capacity, how it would be secure. We would only have one key available for someone to utilize, in a backup, of course. But then the check-in process and the cataloging and how that would work, and then how then they would also be removed from the temporary storage. And I know we received several calls. I know that it's become more of an issue across the state. Folks are looking for those kind of that capacity to handle additional bodies that they may not have regular storage for. So we've also been working with Eagle Pass. They're looking into that as well, and had some more conversations with the state. But we've had a lot of people asking us to send us kind of what we've put together. There is interest that we were one of the very first to pull this off and get that temporary reefer set up. So we already have had a call in regards to someone possibly, working on possibly a interlocal agreement if we had to allow in an emergency another neighboring community to use it. We're trying to work that out so we could certainly help someone that would need the help. By the same token, always keeping our own needs as primary. And so we've done a lot of work with that, and then we're working on, of course, with our EOC. We've been working towards getting more the capacity over here for setting up contact tracers to assist the county. It's our numbers are just so high and continue to grow that we're working on establishing our emergency operations center towards that end. And so we've looked at purchasing these, found some really good, not very expensive panels that we could put around our EOC desks, our tables. And while these panels, they also then over here on the far right, you can see it's kind of hard to see, but it's a plexiglass attach that would just again help with isolation for folks that may be working inside those booths. And then just continuing, to put those pieces together and try and get lined up for the eventuality that we get in there and start working towards that end to help us kind of get on top of the county's doing a great job. They're doing a tremendous job. I know they're working very, very hard. Certainly, I think that we have something to offer, and I'm just following the direction I've been given towards putting those pieces in place. So that's pretty much what we have right now. We're looking at a lot of different documentation and processes and such for moving forward with this piece. But it's all coming together, and feel really positive that if I can get out of that. We feel really positive that we've made some headway, and we're continuing to make headway. There is some good news. I know the last I think we had 57 cases yesterday, and we've been getting in the 50s and 60s pretty consistent, sometimes more. But there was good news today, at least preliminary data that I've gotten. It looks like we only had 17 cases. So, and there's been, as we've mentioned, there's been a couple other things in the last couple of weeks that indicate, just possibly we may be about to turn a corner. It's certainly too early to say. We don't want to get our hopes up. We want to encourage everybody to just keep acting like, we're in a very real situation, because we really are. But our numbers today looked good. They looked better, and hopefully we'll continue to kind of downtrend on all that stuff. But that's really my report. If anybody has any questions, thank you.
Okay, this is Liz Elizalde Calderon. I will be speaking. Mayor Lozano had to step away for a little bit. We'll go ahead and proceed. Dr. Gutierrez, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and give us an update on, of course, COVID, and any changes or trends that you've seen here in the last couple of weeks?
Well, maybe more so, as Mr. John was mentioning, maybe the last couple of days. Of course, you can't put a lot of weight on what's going on these last 2 days, but it's been a bit reassuring. I'm here at the hospital. I've been talking to the infection control nurse and some other important people who are actively involved with the COVID situation. It looks just a tad reassuring that maybe in these last couple of days, maybe there's a bit of a positive trend, which we were hoping and predicting that these next couple of weeks we would see that as people become more and more personally responsible for what they're doing out there. I know there's more work to be done on that end, but just looking at the numbers from my end here at the hospital, in boots on the ground type of thing, it does look like there's a little bit of hope. I don't want people to come to think that, oh, okay, we're out of the woods now. Okay, let's take off our mask. No, we're not there. We're seeing just something that looks a little positive. Now, here at the hospital, there's my senses is only on the medical side. I don't have any surgical cases. I don't have OB cases. There aren't any pediatric patients at all, but there's 26 patients on the medical floor. On the medical side, both ICU and med-surg. Of those 26 patients, 20 of them are COVID. So 20 of our 26 medical patients, to include ICU, the other units, COVID units, and then their non-COVID patients, total of 26. 20 of those are COVID. We did have a unit. It was called a PEDS unit. It was a pediatric unit that we converted into. We took that over, and we converted it to an intermediate unit for COVID patients, meaning they weren't the critical ones that were on the ventilator. Those are the ones that Dr. McKay, who's taking care of. That unit was shut down because we had to do some internal work within that unit. The unit is not ready to go, but at this very moment, we don't have the nursing to accommodate that. However, nursing is coming around the corner. We got some nurses coming in who are orienting, going through the orientation process so that they can now take care of our patients with our EMR system and our pharmacy system and whatnot. So nursing is right around the corner, and like in many places around the state and the country, it's not so much the beds, it's the resources, it's the nursing, it's the ancillary services, including respiratory tech. Sometimes there's a physical bed in the facility, but you still have the resources. So that's where we're at right now. We have some beds that don't have the resources as we speak, but hopefully by tomorrow, we can have those nurses ready to go, and we can open up some units, so open up some more beds. I was looking at the tracking board for the ER. There were a lot of COVID patients in the ER. Some of them were transferred out. We're having a lot of luck right now, and which is a key important issue. Is we're having a lot of luck in transferring some of these COVID patients out. We didn't have that luxury a month ago. We would be in a horrible place right now had we not had that ability to transfer these patients out. We've lucked out major. This has just been a blessing that we're able to get some of these patients out to San Antonio, some to Seguin, some to Austin, a little bit to San Angelo. But getting these patients to a high level of care, which has been, like I said, an absolute blessing. So that's where we stand right now, as in terms of my end here at the hospital. Like I said, with Mr. John Sheedy, and I talked to the infection control nurse and some of the PAs who are actively involved with some of the positives and making those phone calls. It seems like, in these last couple of days, it seems like maybe there's something positive coming around the corner. Too early to tell, but for those people who are doing the right things, I think it's starting to show. But we still need to keep up. We need to keep our guard up. So that's where we're at. We know that everybody's working behind the scenes, whether it be in the hospital, the local governments here in town. It's all hands on deck. It's not us versus them. It's all hands on deck. And hopefully, like I said, we can see some more trends, and hopefully that when school comes around, we'll be in a better spot. And the key word is better. A better spot when school starts.
Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez.
Yep.
And I am back. Sorry. Thank you,
Okay,
Councilwoman Mayor Pro Temp. Council, I'll go ahead and open up the floor for any questions regarding the. Before we do, I would like to get an update from Chief Knoll on the current status of the parks and anything that he may have run into as well. So, Chief Knoll.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me okay? Awesome, thank you. As far as our park patrol has gone, we have seen a decrease in the amount of foot traffic and people visiting. I think people are well aware that the parks are closed. We have not had any updated criminal charges of any type. The last update that I gave, I believe we were standing at about 7 citations that had been issued for, they were curfew based for folks, that were down there that shouldn't have been at times that were prohibited. That has been it. Thankfully, we have not had any more arrests or any encounters. We do still have a few visitors that the bike patrol has reported to me, and some are folks from out of town, folks who are maybe returning from out of town who, once lived in Del Rio to visit loved ones and, were unaware of the closure. Everybody has been compliant. So some of the issues that we were dealing with early on have definitely been absent. And of course, with a lot of the statistics that are going on, the media that's being put on, especially by Dr. Gutierrez, has been very helpful in helping people understand the reason for the closure. So I think that has really helped us. I have been keeping in close contact almost, weekly and with Mr. Ryan out at the National Park Service. As some of y'all are well aware, they're experiencing some of the same problems we were having with the partial openings of our park. Just this last weekend, there was some damage done to some porta potties. And it was actually during the week, and it's sad that our natural resources are kind of suffering, and a lot of it's just being done out of defiance by people who are upset because the lake's closed on the weekend and what have you. So they're having a very difficult thing trying to manage, just like we were with the creek. So I'm very sympathetic and understanding of what they're going through, and their staff is really doing their best, to manage. So. Thankfully, we've been able to thwart those issues. I really want to thank our community and the people who have been understanding. Like I said, there's been a real shift in behavior and attitude, and a lot of people understand how serious this has gotten. You know, you'll never reach everybody, but I am confident that the majority of our public has really been working with us and you know, trying to see this thing through. So all the media help we've been given by Anita and her crew, Mayor, for your messages, Dr. Gutierrez, everybody who has been a part of this, I really want to thank y'all for your support and helping us get through this. I will close by saying our park patrol does continue. We still have a full-time staff that is dedicated to making sure that that area stays safe, just because it spreads, you know, throughout the entire area almost of San Felipe from corner to corner. So it's a lot of area to cover, a lot of hidden places back there. So we want to make sure that people are staying safe and staying healthy. And once again, thank you, everybody, for the support and the departments who have been there to help us out.
Thank you, Chief Knoll. And so at this time, I'll open up to the council for any feedback or questions and comments. I'll go ahead and start with Councilman Salgado.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. This first one is for Mr. Sheedy. The facility there, the emergency management facility, how many tracers can you accommodate there, Mr. Sheedy?
Well, comfortably, I mean, we have 18 desks, 18 tables, and we're isolating each one of those. So I would say max we could do 18.
Okay, great. And my other question is for, well, actually, both you and Dr. Gutierrez. What is the realistic number of tracers that we should have at this point to make sure that we're getting to all of the folks out there, or as many as possible, to continue the downtrend on this? Because evidently it appears that we may not have enough.
Dr. J, you want to?
Yeah.
No, I'll chime in.
Well, I mean, you know, when we first started this, we had 2, and in reality, of course, hindsight's 2020. You know, back in March, we should have started off with a good set of tracers and investigators, and we got behind the 8 ball. And finally, we kind of decided to hire some people, and we had 2 in the beginning. As soon as they came on board, it was quite obvious from the get-go that 2 wasn't going to be enough. And so far, we've beefed up our services. You know, the numbers at the rate we're going, I mean, gosh, we're thinking 6 or 8. We may even need more than that. You know, which is, you know, with tracers and investigators comes with it, you know, a lot of money. And, you know, so we have to step up to the plate to provide that for the benefit of the city and the county. You know, it's going to be a task that is not insurmountable, but it's going to take a group effort. It's not us versus them. We're in this together. So exact numbers, you know, in my mind, about a month ago, we thought maybe a good 6 to 8. We're probably looking more than that. You know, I'm hoping that we get to a point where in the next couple of months we can kind of scale down some. But you know, I would say at the very least 10, if not more than that.
How many do we currently have?
Well, I know they hired a couple more. I don't know if Councilman Garza is in the meeting right now. He may have an exact number on that. Some additions recently. So
yes, sir. We have a total of 6 right now.
6 is not enough. You know, it's nice. It's better than the 2 that we had in the beginning. You know, and so I'm happy with the 6, but that's not anywhere near enough. So you know, we have to join forces to combat this crisis that's affecting our community. So, but you know. And I know some of the people who are currently working on you know, behind the scenes in the task force, and they're doing a tremendous job. You know, kudos to them. But we need to beef it up some more, bottom line.
Okay, well, we recently approved, I believe, 8 on the last declaration. Is that not correct, Mr. Wanowski?
We authorize 8 on an interlocal agreement with the county, but if they can be funded to support the local health authority, either way.
Okay, because if it takes more than that, and according to what I'm hearing, it seems that we need more than that, at least now we probably should have had a lot more earlier. But since it didn't happen, let's not hold back and say, well, because we're coming down, we may not need any more of those 8. If the doctor or Mr. Sheedy are calling for more, then let's provide them with the resources that they need so that we can, prevent lives from being lost. Because to me, that's more important than other things that we may be spending money on.
Yes, both myself and Mr. Sheedy have been in contact with Dr. JJ Gutierrez. We have, 4 to 8 staff that we can temporarily assign to do contract tracing right away until we hire more full-time. We posted the position on the city's website as well. So we are in constant contact with Dr. Gutierrez and way that the city can support.
Okay, is there any chance that we could have a few more on board by the end of this week?
Definitely.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
And I would add that, and again, just kind of reaching out and trying to get get an idea of how long the contact tracing is taking. And certainly I know the county's working very hard on it, but Eagle Pass, for example, has 16 contact tracers. And they've had, for the last 6 weeks, they've had probably 12, and then they've added 14 and they're up to 16. And from what I understand, it's a struggle for them to keep up with 16. And they're only about maybe 300 cases more than we are right now currently. And of course our cases had been seemingly at a more steep incline than they had been. So yeah.
Well, I think there may be a motion once everybody has had their chance, but I'm in favor of a motion to increase the number of tracers and have Mr. Wanowski get on it to increase, even if it takes, if 12 is a better number to help this, then let's go with 12.
Thank you, Councilwoman Salgado. We can definitely get back to that motion or concern once everybody speaks or comments. So thank you, Councilwoman Salgado. I'll proceed on to Councilman DeRuse.
I don't have any additional questions. I had the same questions that were just answered about hiring contact tracers to then get them into the team, as well as using current city employees while we do that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman DeRuse. Councilman Ojeda?
Hi. Councilwoman Salgado addressed the possible need for more tracers. Whatever the health authority needs should be granted. In the end, it's his responsibility, or the health authority's responsibility, to uphold his oath, and ultimately, he's the one that needs to take care of us, or the health of the community. So, given that, whatever he needs or whatever he requires, I fully support. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman Ojeda. Councilman Garza?
No comments. Just want to thank everybody again for all the teamwork and the work that is going on. One of the other pieces, aside from tracers, I think we need to focus on as well is some of the support medical staff or clinical individuals to assist nurses and things of that nature, to help with the caseload being that, tracers not necessarily have that medical training, but to deal with the caseload as well on, any questions that they may have, in order to try to get them cleared and the amount of people on, quarantine, again, with the active case log.
How are we going to start this process tomorrow?
We've been in contact with the local health authority to make sure he's okay with it as well. We're working under his direction, so that's just been the main reason.
Okay, so we need to get them trained. Is that what needs to happen next?
Yes, the temporary ones need to be trained, and we have posted the position for a full-time permanent position on Friday.
Okay, so and the COVID tracers are going to take some time to get hired and them trained as well. So I think they just the idea I had with the city helping out with some of our employees currently is probably just with some of the paperwork. I know that there's a lot of needs everywhere, but if we can get 7 people he has identified to help out until we can get the COVID tracers hired. I mean, why can't that happen already? We're a week behind now, and the cases continue to grow. So
we're working with Dr. Gutierrez, and he knows those staff are available. So,
Doctor, are you still on the line?
I'm still on the line.
Yeah, Doctor. I mean, can you use these people immediately?
Absolutely. I mean, if you want, I will cancel my clinic tomorrow and meet with these people so we can get this ball rolling. The more we need. I mean, we're at an absolute need right now. So, I don't think. I know that you're, Councilman. You're saying that this was discussed last week. And should they have been hired by now? Perhaps. Like I said, we've got some good people right now in place. More is needed. That's no question about that. And even on top of the ones that are about to be hired, we may need more than that. Like I said, I will cancel what I need to do to get this ball rolling, to get these people in place, boots in the ground as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think, and I think. Councilman Garza, I mean, you can weigh in on this too. I know you've had some needs also. I just want us to do whatever we can to get this thing rolling. And if you have any comment on that, Councilman Garza, as your role as the EMC for the county.
Well, I mean, I think it is, some clerical staff to assist on, the processing and other things that do come. Each case is very unique, and obviously there's needs. I tell you where there's, the fire department's helping with delivering the notices of clearance, which has been a big help as well. But there is a big void still in, providing, assistance to run things over to people on a case by case basis for individuals that are quarantined, that may need don't have anybody to help them. But food is always a big concern. We've been working with the needs committee to provide food, and a lot of it is not so much it's just they folks can't get to the grocery store, or they limited with funds and whatnot. So we try to assist with 2 or 3 days worth of food to help out. But there is a huge void there as well. And then, of course, you can never get enough help. So, those are some of the key pieces. But, some clerical staff would help. Returning phone calls to individuals that have questions is also, a big piece. So, yeah, I mean, the more the help, the better.
Yeah, I think so. And so whatever, Mr. Manowski, we can do to fix that starting tomorrow, please. And I just have one other comment I want to address. I've had several people ask me, hey, is there a problem with the city and the county going on? I just want to make the statement that I don't believe there is. I know that there's a lot of open communication going on, and I've visited with Mr. Wanowski about that, and I know he's had quite a bit of contact with the county, but despite whatever's going on, it's a lot of pressure for everybody. But I just want to put the comment out there that the lines of communication are wide open with our working relationship with the county. So I'd like to dispel any rumors there is out there that there is a problem going back and forth. We're here. The city of Del Rio is here to offer whatever help. And I know sometimes it's hard to ask for the help. It's out there, and if anybody has anything different to say from that on the council, chime in. But I think I'm speaking on behalf of everybody, and the communication I've had with council. We're here. We're here for the city of Del Rio. We're here for all the residents. So I don't know what else we can do at this point. Just let us know whatever it is, and then council, I think whatever we can do on our own without even having the county ask for the help. I think that's what some of the things we're trying to do here today. So just to dispel any rumors, I don't think there's any problem. We're willing to work with the county on whatever it is that the needs arise, especially when it comes to COVID-19, and whatever needs that are there, whatever needs come up, we're here to support. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carranza. Councilman Elizalde Calderon.
Yes, sir. So I just want to echo what Councilman Carranza stated. There are a lot of, mixed messages out there, social media, what have you. And I know that I speak for myself and for my council colleagues. There's nothing more than we want than to see this pandemic, see us, fight this pandemic and be successful about it. The lines of communication have been there, like Councilman Carranza stated. Is there an urgency for more trackers, tracers? Obviously, the volume has increased. So yes, there is. Every council person on this call has mentioned that. So, we're for certain that there's an urgency, and we have to be proactive. But again, as far as us being ready to help and partner, that's been from day one. I haven't seen anything else, but I do get a lot of calls from people wondering why, as a council, we're not doing anything. Well, we're doing plenty. And I think that the statement made by Councilman Carranza was necessary. And I echo that because we are here. We're committed to the community. We're committed to our constituents, and our obligation is to ensure that the safety of our community, is happening, that we're taking care of them. So yes, again, thank you, Councilman Carranza, for that. I think it needs to be heard. It needs to be said loud and clear. We are here for the city of Del Rio, for the community. It's not a division of, do you live in the county? Do you live in the city? We are a very big community. And, I just wanted to reiterate what has been said. We have an obligation to our community, and none of us have folded our hands and said, no, we don't want to do this. We're all ready as a collective council. We have been, and we will continue to be. That's it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon. And so I would just like to also echo Councilman Carranza and Councilwoman, well, the entire council, really. The message has been clear and consistent from the very beginning. We were there when we declared the declarations with the county. We were running this jointly from the very beginning back in March, and we continue to work in tandem and cohesively as one community. So any other messaging that there's been out there that has been conveyed to the community is perhaps just divisive in tone, but the reality is that we're all working together collectively as a council, as a county, as a community with our local resources, including the school district and hospital district, and supporting all of the medical groups that exist within our community, including United Medical Center, STAT, Valverde Regional Medical Center, and all the clinics that are out there. We support the nursing homes. When I recall when the nursing homes needed extra PPE equipment, I made sure that I called all 3 nursing homes collectively, and I reassured them that we're here to provide that assistance. That's what the care funding is for. I also talk to Linda Walker regularly to ensure that all of the hospital needs are properly met, and this has been going on from day one. So to dispel any rumors that we're not working together collectively as a community is completely false, and it's completely misunderstanding, or the delivery of the messaging is completely not in tune with what we've been doing behind the scenes. And we may not always share all the information at the same time, but I can assure you that between EMC John Sheedy and EMC Roland Garza, they're working very hard to ensure that they're keeping up with the community's needs as best as they can. And it's been the council's direction, it's been the council's collective ideology to support the local health authority. I like to just convey the message that he's the pilot in command, and we're the first officer right there to assist him to ensure that the aircraft that he's flying is soaring up above the clouds, and that he has a trajectory to land appropriately when needed, and that all the resources to land that aircraft are there. That includes the ground personnel to marshal that aircraft in. It includes those ticket counter agents to check people into that cabin, and those passengers can be out synonymous to the nursing staff, to the resources, to us as council, to the community leaders across the entire area, to our state elected officials, our federal elected officials that are providing that additional support to the local health authority. The local health authority is the one giving us the direction. He's the one that's ensuring. Dr. Gutierrez is the one right there. He's the medical staff that has been appointed by both entities jointly to work cohesively with him to ensure that he has all the available resources so that he has a success. His success is the health of our community. His messaging has been clear. It's just like my messaging has been clear as well from the very beginning. Social distance, avoid large crowds, wear your face mask, wash your hands, monitor your symptoms. We've been echoing this messaging from the very beginning. And Dr. Gutierrez has been instrumental in providing us the data that we need. He's been instrumental in providing the resources of information that's out there. And it is our responsibility as a council to ensure that he's provided all the resources that the city has at our disposal for him. It's also our responsibility to ensure that all the messaging that he requests from us is consistent with his efforts to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. And it's our responsibility to pass along any pertinent information that arises. And I want to thank all of my council colleagues for their continued support for my position. You know, in the beginning, when we were dealing with this COVID-19, I know that there were a few days, a week or so, where I was unavailable. That coincides with the exact same week where I found out that I was going to be temporarily furloughed, where I had to deal with the stressors of how I'm going to manage through that. And I talked to you, Councilman Carranza, directly that day when everything just hit me directly. And I want to thank you for your continued support with that. And I want to thank my Mayor Pro Tem for being there with me when we have these joint county meetings, and Councilman Garza as EMC for the county, along with John Sheedy and Matt Wanowski. We have been working effortlessly. We've been working and striving for the very best that we can possibly provide for the local health authority, because he needs us right now. He needs the mayor to be there supporting him. He needs this council there supporting him. He needs all of the county officials to be there supporting him. He needs the doctors, the school district to support him, because his success is our safety, it's our health, it's our community that's being hit the hardest right now. As John Sheedy just demonstrated, you know, with the graph, we're the #1 right now. We're making headlines all over North America because of our numbers. We're the hotspot, and that's not a notoriety that he and I do not want to be in. But this is the spotlight that we've been given, and I want to thank again the behind the scenes with the city staff. We have the fire department standing by to deliver food products to the community. We have those workers that deliver the WIC products and the elderly products, the food, the food deliveries. Once they're offline, they're standing by per the direction of Mr. Matt Winowski, finding those resources available. We have the EOC that's ready to be fully functional right now. It's got the Wi-Fi technology. It's got a secure entrance. It's got the space available. We've upped it with secureness by ensuring that we have those plexiglass available for those callers to just walk in, feel safe, sanitize everything. So this community, this city leadership, this direction has been instrumental in ensuring that Dr. Gutierrez is successful. And I want to thank him again from the bottom of my heart for taking care of our community and taking time away from his family to support our entire community. Dr. Gutierrez, and for me personally, from the bottom of my heart, you're the pilot in command. Every time that I go to work at my airline, I give my heart and soul and mind to that pilot in command to ensure that every instrument that he checks is in full effect. And I'm doing the same thing for you. And on behalf of the city and council, you're the one guiding us and directing us on all of your needs. And I want to thank you and support you from the bottom of my heart. I can only imagine how challenging it is to have to announce or pronounce or be there when those family members are pronounced they're no longer with us because of this disease. So I applaud you. You're a heart of gold, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you've done, Dr. Gutierrez.
Thank you so much, man. My goodness. I mean, how do I answer that? What's my comeback to that? But thank you for your kind words. I like your analogy. I hope we get to the point where it can be an autopilot. We're not there yet. But, my angle from day one, my angle has been, what we found out is COVID does not discriminate. In terms of the city and the county, COVID does not discriminate. It doesn't care about whether you're a city resident or county resident. That's my angle. I'm here to help. I'll do everything I can to rid ourselves from this horrible virus. Like I said before, the good thing and bad thing about Delaware is we're a small town thinking, we have some sort of protection or some sort of immunity to big city problems, and that's not the case. As a matter of fact, we're probably worse in per capita than some of the bigger cities. COVID, everybody gets tired about social distancing and hand washing, but I can promise you, COVID does not take a moment off to infect and kill people. I mean, it's a feeding frenzy when they see people in large numbers. It's amazing, and it's pretty sad. But I do appreciate your kind words. Man, I need to step it up some more for you. But that's what I'm here
Dr.
for.
Gutierrez, you've been instrumental with our community, and you're under so much stress. You're being pulled every single which way. And from all of us in the city council, our entire community, all of the leadership out there, we can't thank you enough for all of the hard work that you're putting into it. We know that you're there for our community, and you're a prime example of the heart that we have here in our community. This is what makes Del Rio so special, is people like you in your shoes stepping up to the plate and taking it full force, head on, right there and there. And anything you need, Dr. Gutierrez, we're here. We're here to support your needs. We're here to support every effort that you have for our community. So we thank you again.
Yes, sir.
So with that being said, Councilman Salgado did want to bring in a concern. So I'll go ahead and place it in the form of a motion. Right now we have 8, so I'll go ahead and up it up to 12 contact tracers for the city. And if Councilman Salgado, would you like to amend that, you can, but that's my current motion, to provide 12 contact tracers at this time so that we have ample staffing to kind of get this under control.
I'll second your motion, and I don't have anything to add other than I'd like to see this done ASAP.
Likewise. Okay, so there's a current motion on the table with a second. Unless council has anything to say, we'll go ahead and take a vote on it. Because of the way this is set up, I'll go ahead and do the roll call style vote randomly. I vote in favor. Councilman Salgado?
In favor.
Councilman Garza?
In favor.
Councilman Elizabeth Calderon?
In favor.
Councilman Carranza?
In favor.
Councilman Ojeda?
In favor.
Councilman DeRusse?
In favor.
Okay, so the motion does carry. Thank you, council. We'll now proceed on to the agenda. Item 3B, Resolution 2020-047, a resolution approving the appointment of the local health authority for the city of Del Rio in accordance with Section 121 of the Texas Health and Safety Code, approving the agreement for professional services and providing for an effective date. And council, just as a reminder, this is just the written form of the appointment that we had conducted last week. I'll make that in the form of a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and ask questions. Councilman DeRoos, any additional questions or comments?
No.
Councilman Ojeda?
No.
Councilman Garza?
No questions?
Councilman Carranza?
No questions.
Councilwoman Salgado?
None.
Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon?
I have none.
Okay, we're going to take a vote. I vote in favor of this resolution. Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon?
In favor?
Councilwoman Salgado?
In favor?
Councilman DeRoos?
In favor.
Councilman Ojeda?
In favor.
Councilman Garza?
In favor?
Councilman Carranza?
In favor.
Okay, the motion does carry. Thank you, council. We'll now proceed on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 3C, the review of the fiscal year 2020-2021 hot fund distribution options.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is Manuel Chavez, Assistant City Manager, and I wanted to review the hot fund distribution for the fiscal year 2020-2021. But before that, I wanted to start off with the review of the fiscal year 2019-2020. And we started off the fiscal year by estimating $750,000 that we would receive in hot funds. Obviously, with the COVID-19 hitting, we did have an effect on hot funds, and currently we are estimating projected revenue at the end of the fiscal year to be around $650,000. And at the June 30th special meeting, we did have a question regarding the disbursement of the hot funds, and the ones that we were focusing and reviewing were the agencies that were awarded a set amount. And on page 11, I do have that presentation there to show that on November 21st, 2019, we did issue out 50% of the set amount that City Council had approved. And back on April the 9th, 2020, we issued an amount that equaled to 67% at that particular point in time. And this last Friday, July 31st, 2020, was the last check that amounts to 100% for, again, this is for the agencies that received a set amount of hot funds. The disbursement for the Del Rio Hispanic Chamber and the Convention and Visitors Bureau, those are based on a percentage. The percentage that each one was awarded is 35% for the Convention and Visitors Bureau and 10% for the Hispanic Chamber. Again, I just want to make mention that those two organizations are the only ones that have an agreement from the City of Del Rio to be able to promote and advertise the tourism and City of Del Rio and the hotel industry. With that, I did want to also mention that we asked each funding agency whether they were needing the remaining funds for this fiscal year between now and September 30th, 2020. All, for the exception of two, mentioned that the funds were still needed to be able to operate based on what they had recommended the funds for. The two that mentioned that they weren't needing the entire funds because events ended up canceling were the Casa de la Cultura and the Del Rio Council for the Arts. Also, there was a question regarding the reporting of the hot funds. As of right now, the agencies have provided up to June 2020, and that's again a monthly report that's submitted. Here in a few days, the July information will be due, and again at that point, I'll continue to submit that to the City Council for review. Let's see here. Looking at the fiscal year 2020-21, we did have the agencies submit an application. We did meet with each funding agency on July 15th and July 16th. They made a 30-minute presentation each to the committee that was approved by City Council on June 30th. And the committee consisted of Mayor Bruno Lozano, Councilman Raul Ojeda, City Manager Matt Winowski, myself, Assistant City Manager Manuel Chavez, and our Finance Director Alberto Barrett. Again, we met with each funding agency. We are recommending the distribution for fiscal year 2021. Again, this is up for discussion. What we asked from each agency is to make a presentation, and we split those up. 4 agencies will be presenting here tonight, and 4 will be presenting at the next City Council meeting, August 11th. And we gave each agency or the committee's recommendation back on Wednesday. Let's see here. That was Wednesday, July 23rd, and so each agency at this point is aware as far as what the committee is recommending. I did want to make mention before we get into any discussion that there is one requirement, and that's the promotion and advertisement of the city and tourism, that we do have to fund 1/7 of the hot funds that are received annually. And based on, as of right now, we are estimating a revenue of $700,000 for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. With that, 1/7 amounts to $100,000. Again, that's the only requirement that the city has to fulfill. The other thing that we must keep account of is that if the city is looking at issuing out hot funds for the arts category, that there is a limit, and that limit is 15% of the hot funds received for that particular year. So having said that, based on what the agencies requested in their application, based on these factors that I just mentioned, we are recommending what you see on page 13. Again, I just want to stress that on the advertising and promoting piece, there is a change in the distribution between the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Darrell Hispanic Chamber. I just want to make a notion that there was no change in the total percentage that we're recommending. We're recommending 45%, which was the same percentage in the current year. And again, 45% means that we're looking at $315,000 being set aside to advertise and promote the city of Del Rio and tourism. Again, we did split that up so that it's more of an even amount being distributed to each Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Darrell Hispanic Chamber. Again, I just want to make a note that these 2 organizations are contracted out by the city to advertise and promote. I also want to make a notion that since this is a responsibility of the city to fulfill the 1/7 of advertising and promoting, the city could, in essence, have its own or should I say fund or department to do this advertising. But since I've been here, the city has chosen to contract this out, and for the long time it's been contracted with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Here recently, we did have the Delaware Hispanic Chamber that also came in, and again, I just want to make a notion that those two organizations are the only ones that have a contract between the city and the respective organizations. Something that was requested was to find out if any of these HUD fund agencies are receiving any HUD funds from the county, and as of right now, none of the 8 are receiving any HUD funds from the county. And with that, I do want to make another notion that again, going back to the arts, only 15% could be distributed. We are recommending that amount is $105,000, and we are recommending that the arts be split up between the Casa de la Cultura at $62,500, Dero Council for the Arts at $35,000, and the Brown Plaza receiving $7,500. The remaining piece for the Brown Plaza would come under the historical category. Again, there's no cap under the historical category, nor under the advertisement piece, just the arts. So I just want to make that that note there. With that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. So let me see. Let's see how this is written for. So we have the funding distribution options. So right now we're going to be proceeding on to the next few items. And this is just a presentation on the distribution and everything, correct, Mr. Chavez? And then we come back, just so that council's fully aware, we come back and then discuss the distribution options in further detail. Is that the expectation for this budget meeting?
Yes, and let me just clarify that these presentations are just presentations, and they coincide with what we're recommending. The council will have this item be brought back at the September 8th council meeting for formal approval.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate to the council that right now this is just a presentation on their behalf. You've been presented from the Hot Funds Committee with the committee that was present on the current standings, and then later in September we can adjust as needed once we conclude all the presentations to be presented for us. And that, I believe we're still needing, so today we have the Casa de Cultura, the Rio Council for the Arts, Brown Plaza Association, Convention and Visitors Bureau. So then in a future meeting, we will have the Laughlin Heritage Museum, the Rio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Shumla, and the Whitehead Memorial Museum. So just keep that in mind, council, when we proceed to the next presentations. I'll go ahead and open up for questions for Mr. Chavez. Mr. Chavez, or City Manager Winowski, would you mind just having him present, not in full detail, but for the next meeting, just to kind of recap what he just mentioned, so that way we're fresh on it for the next agenda?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and open up to council. Councilman Ojeda, any questions or concerns regarding Mr. Chavez's presentation?
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Ojeda and I were on the committee as council members as well. So just so that you're aware again. Councilman Salgado, any questions or concerns?
I have a question regarding how you came about the split between the two chambers.
So, if I may, Councilman Ojeda, I can just give my perspective on that discussion since we basically shared our concerns. So, for me, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has always been struggling. If you recall, they came to us asking for a facility. They were kind of homeless for a while, and they've never had an opportunity to fully function to their full potential. And we felt this is an opportune time with the information that they presented to us. They were discussing items, virtual events, and things of that nature. Considering that we're under COVID-19, then that would be a great opportune time for them to kind of take off with that and reinvigorate or re-energize the city's perspective on how to manage social distancing and virtual events. And so that's where that came from.
Okay, well, my other question is, have they established a convention and visitors bureau within their chamber?
We can get that comment from them during their presentation.
Okay, that's all I have.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Councilman DeRusse?
I will hold the majority of my questions until next week when we get the presentation from the Hispanic Chamber, because I had the same question about the rationale about, why we're changing the funding, and without their information, it's hard to tell. I had asked the question, and thank you, Mr. Chavez, for answering it about the county hot funds. But do you know, have any of these groups even applied to the county for hot funds?
Yeah, I don't want to answer for them, but
they haven't gotten any, but you don't know if they've applied for any yet.
No, sir.
Okay, because the county's collecting just like we are. And the benefit that these groups provide to the city is not solely for the city, and so I think we need to stress that it's another source of funding for these groups, especially groups that maybe whether or not we change the Chamber of Commerce funding, and like I said, we'll talk more about that next week. It's another source, and if groups are not able to get all of the funding or as much as they would like from the city hot funds due to us not getting as much as we would like or hope for, it's another source, and we have to stress that groups have to look for every possible funding source. And I know that Judge Owens had talked about wanting to set that aside for some stuff, but that was just the recently enacted 2% within the city. So they're still getting a relatively small amount, but some hot funds from outside the city, and so there are funds there that people could potentially get. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilman DeRusse. We'll now proceed on to Councilman Garza.
No comment. So the biggest change then is that what was the Hispanic getting? What percentage was the Hispanic getting this last fiscal year?
10%.
10%. Okay.
Okay. So no other questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Garza. Councilman Carranza?
Yeah, I think, like Councilman DeRusse, I do have some questions, but it's kind of difficult. We're kind of going to hear half of the presentation, and we still need to hear the other half. But it's going to be difficult. I know what the Convention and Visitors Bureau has done over the years to ask them to take, because it's a percentage and the numbers are down, what we're anticipating, and they may be even worse than that with the state of our economy right now. So they're going to take a hit on the numbers. Even if they were at 35%, it was already going to be a hit. Now another 10% above that. They're going to carry a big brunt of. Everybody's going to see, at least the ones on a percentage wise, are going to see lower numbers. So there's some concerns there, but I think we need to get all of the information before we can make a final decision on what the council wants to do. And that's just a comment that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carranza. Councilman Elizalde Calderon?
No, I do have some questions like the other council members on the Hispanic Chamber, but I will wait for the full presentation for the other part. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Elizalde Calderon. That concludes the question portion for this. We'll now proceed on to item 3D, Hoffman's application presentation by Casa de Cultura. As a reminder, please keep the presentation to 10 minutes or less. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, council members and everybody. My name is Lupita de la Paz with the Casa de la Cultura. I do have a short presentation. I know times are different, and I adapted to very minimal presentation. So a little bit of the projects. I know the Casa has to be focusing on different projects since with everything happening with the pandemic. I know we will be focusing more on visual arts compared to performing arts. We still plan to offer our classes once everything is a little bit more settled, and a little bit calm. And we tried having some events, but with our efforts and teaming up with the city, we wanted to just hold off on having some of these events so that way we can also encourage people to stay at home. But some of the projects that we will continue doing, we still have some of these electrical boxes that we'll be continuing to do around town. That's one of our future projects that are coming up here. Sorry, with the screen. Give me just a minute. Okay. Of course, our cultural events, we still plan to host a lot of our Dia de los Muertos, our Posada events. Of course, that is up in the air right now with everything that is happening. So we're hoping that we will be able to continue our cultural events. Again, the possibility of having these events online is also going to be an option that we're going to be able to offer. Our classes where we continue to teach children and adults within the different forms of art, whether it's visual, performing, culinary, and part of our cultural heritage as well. This project is actually part of the series that we did from the Wings series. A lot of us have seen it downtown already. This design is done by Destiny Sportsman. This is an actual Wings that we're going to be we're actually looking for a location downtown to continue the Wing series that we did with Robert Leija. Our mural bike tours, this is one of the events that we feel comfortable that we're able to do since it is out in the open and it is encouraging some physical activity and of course promoting the arts within our community. We planned this. I'm so excited about this actual project. This is the Paya Challenge that we actually participated this past March, right before it got pretty scary and ugly with the pandemic. Our kids were able to go on this competition. So this is our Niños Culinarios that we will continue this program. With this program, we were able to take them to a challenge in San Antonio against probably 80 plus competitors. And we actually got recognition with our students. So we're really excited about this. So we are going to continue our culinary program and kind of add some more possibilities to be able to get them to get recognized a little bit more as well. This project, a lot of people have seen it. We've been in meetings with it. This is a mural project with Roger Pete. It's a blind cat mural. This is actually an invasive species in the area, and this muralist, he travels all over the United States and probably all over the world as well. This is actually a mural that we'll be doing as well as soon as we start getting some sort of funding and we're able to host a lot more visual arts projects like that. Let's see, I think that's all I have for the actual screen. Sorry, let me try to, okay, there you go. Those are just some of the projects that we have in mind. Again, we're focusing more on visual arts compared to performing arts. We have our plans for Noches Musicales. Our plan is to have one Noches Musicales on the 21st of August. And also we're hoping that we're going to be able to make some changes or actually have an actual Noches Musicales for next season. Some of our fundings that we kind of were requesting that we didn't really need the funding right now was because we had to make we had to adapt some things. A lot of the fundings that we were needing were for performing arts. So now with the changes that we need to make, we're going to be focusing more on visual arts. But I don't know if anybody has any questions about our program. We have been doing a lot of things online. We have been doing some tutorials online, just providing some sort of services online. We're hoping in September we'll start having more of a private gallery where people would make reservations and actually come and look at the art, compared to our normal First Friday art walks where people come in groups. I think, as I said in our presentation, in our actual application, the Casas Mero Mole is getting people to come together. So it's been very difficult for us to not host events. So that's our bread and butter, bringing the community together. And we've still been able to be on all different social medias, from Instagram to the Facebook, and also being able to provide different services for people that are able to come. We have had some people come over to the Casa for private, pretty much tours. We take them to the garden, anything that we can provide outside services. I have been able to meet up with some people that have been coming through, or just curious about a certain mural that we're able to meet up. But right now our focus is just trying to kind of convince people to just stay at home so we could be able to fully have open events back to the public.
Thank you, Ms. Lupita de la Paz. So I'll open up to council for any questions or concerns. Councilman DeRusse?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Ojeda?
No, thank you.
Councilman Carranza?
No questions.
Councilman Garza?
No questions?
Councilman Elizalde Calderon?
No, sir, I have none.
Councilman Salgado?
None.
And I would just make the comment, Ms. Lupita de la Paz, it's always great to hear, or it's actually inspiring to hear that your organization is trying its best to adapt and be innovative with the current circumstances with COVID-19, and keeping your programs that are oftentimes associated with gatherings. I mean, intimate gatherings, whether it's through dancing, through art, through culinary practices. It is really inspiring for our entire community, and the base that you have, those that go to your organization, that you're thinking outside the box and trying to have virtual events. And that's something that we need. That's something that supports the local health authorities' direction as well. So I want to applaud you for your efforts. And one day when we're out beyond all of this, we'll have that Noches Musicales, because as we all know, I see Mayor Alcalá there all the time, and I'm a big fan of it. So hopefully we can get through this pandemic. And again, I thank you from the city council and myself, for being so adaptive to the current pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. I know one thing that I do want to add this, because it's really important for us as an organization. And the honest truth, we were pretty scared when we applied, because we know with everything happening, we thought that our funding was going to get extremely drastically cut. As of right now, a lot of our foundation funding, a lot of our funding that's normally comes in, right now we're probably around $50,000, between $50,000 and $60,000 shorter than last year. So I know it's already affecting our organization, but I know with the help of the city, and we are continuing to apply for different grants that are going to be able to help us. But if without the help of the city, we probably would not be able to have our doors open pretty soon. So I'm definitely thankful that we have for us, and without you guys, you can honestly go to bed tonight thinking, without your help, of the city help, we would probably not have our doors open. So thank you.
Thank you for that perspective and insight. We'll proceed on to the next presentation, and that's going to be item 3E, Hot Funds application presentation by Dario, Council for the Arts.
Hi, Mayor, Council. Thanks for having me tonight. We're going to have, as we usually do, 12 to 18 gallery exhibits for the next year, starting in October, as we always do. I'm not sure about First Friday. We'll be doing those as soon as we can. What we're doing in the meantime, I've still got art galleries up each month, is an interview with the artist, and then putting together a video for that, and then putting it out on First Friday as if I was having everybody come to First Friday Art Walk. So we will continue First Friday through the year. We're going to have 2 performances this year rather than the 4 that we had last year. We're only doing Missoula Children's Theater once. We're doing that in the spring. And we're doing the Nutcracker in December. We're not real sure how big that's going to be. We're going to have to divide the student dance classes into 2 or 3 so that we don't have the bigger crowds with the girls all dancing together. But we'll be able to work that out. And that's what we're going to use the money for.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and ask the council for questions or feedback. Councilman Carranza?
No questions, thank you.
Councilwoman Salgado?
I have one quick question, and that has to do with item 5, on page 23. I'm just a little confused. I mean, on the where it asks, has the organization previously received hot funds? And then on the 5-year history, on the first, on the 2019-2020, you indicate set and then amount. You have 2 different amounts there. Is it because you have not received all of your funds?
As of the time we turned in the application, that's what we received, and then the second number is what we were scheduled to receive. And we did receive the rest on Monday.
Oh, okay. That was the only. Let's see. I believe that was the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Salgado. Councilman DeRusse?
No questions.
Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon?
No, sir, I have none.
Councilman Garza?
No questions. Thank you.
And Councilman Ojeda?
No.
Thank you, Council. And I just wanted to say thank you for being so adaptive to the COVID-19. We know that it's a big struggle. It sounds like you're going to try to implement some kind of action for your future oncoming projects later this winter. So I look forward to hearing how you will adapt as an organization and be able to present that. I think it's monumental that we're still inspiring the youth to be active and adapt to the current circumstances. So I applaud your efforts. Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing what kind of art is out there on display, virtually especially. So Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, Council, we'll proceed on to the next presentation, which is the item 3F, Hot Funds Application Presentation by the Brown Plaza Association.
Good evening. Roland Andrade for the Brown Plaza Association. As you know, our 2 biggest events is the Cinco de Mayo and the DC6. Unfortunately, both of them were postponed or actually canceled. But as far as the recommendation from the Hot Funds Review Committee, the initial $7,500 for the arts basically subsidizes the music that you hear on the Cinco de Mayo and the DC6. And if we have any extra money left over, we have an additional band during Christmas or lately, we have been using it for our barbecue cook-off. Luckily, that was one of the first events and last events that we had this year at the plaza. So we did get a good amount of participation. We did get a lot of people from out of town, and we actually made a couple of $1,000s on that. We're hoping to have it again next March. Hopefully, everything will calm down by then. But again, the $7,500, that's strictly for music, subsidizes it. Our budget on music alone on a yearly basis is about $25,000 to $30,000, depending on who we get and who we bring into to the plaza. The $47,500 for restoration, historical preservation. Actually, we've been trying to work on a 4-year plan, 5-year plan. My understanding, and the council probably knows more than I do, is that on the one of the capital improvement programs that you have, there is quite a bit of money for electrical, not only for Brown Plaza but throughout the city. But we're hoping that hopefully this year, it's all been funded. Hopefully this year we'll be taking care of that, or the city will be taking care of that. And basically, we can't do any more improvements on the plaza itself until that's taken care of. The electrical box itself is underneath the gazebo, so that's going to have to be moved and placed at a different part of the plaza. So at that point, Hopefully the electrical system won't have to be redone, and I'm talking particularly about the wiring. So if we have to tear up the surface and that's our main concern. So it doesn't do us any good if we spend a lot of money on the surface, if we spend a lot of money on these antique light poles that we want to replace, if we're going to have to redo the surface. So again, one of the main concerns we have for Brown Plaza is the safety of our fellow citizens. And as the ones that have been down there, and I think all of you have been down there before, is the pavers. Those were replaced about 20 years ago. They need to be either replaced or we're going to have to redo the whole surface. But our goal as Brown Plaza is to get the electrical going, redo the surface, replace the antique light poles, replace some of the remove some of the dead trees, replace those trees. So basically, that would be a 4-year plan. The last thing on the list, and believe it or not, it would have to be the replastering of the gazebo. You would think that would be the first thing, but I think the gazebo, once everything is taken care of around the gazebo, we can go back in there and replaster it and fix up, repaint. And we've repainted it before. And one of the things that we had some money last year through the historical preservation is that we actually ended up sandblasting all the benches out there. So it had the green color. We sandblasted it, redid the color, a nice bronze, and hopefully the light poles would be that same color. So again, the 47.5 is to start preserving the plaza and keep it in a safe and mobile plaza so everybody can enjoy. So it's not going to be not only Brown Plaza enjoying the plaza, but Casa del Cultura, our neighbors, the neighbors around there. There's quite a few events that aren't promoted by us, but they use Brown Plaza. So that's where the 47,500 will go in the future. So I think we might have a quick presentation. I don't know if the city has that or not, if they're ready to present that. It's like 6 slides, I think. You can go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. This is Dolores Martinez. I'll be doing the presentation. As you can see here at the Brown Plaza, we maintain our office, so when we have our special events, we have people come over and they can, when our vendors come in, they know where to meet us, or if we have to rent or do any kind of Brown Plaza Association event or any kind of information they need for us, they know where to meet us or they can call us. The second event, as we know that we weren't able to do much because of the fundings, but we did manage to get our Christmas decoration, the plaza, the lighting of the plaza, which we want to do it every December the 1st, no matter what day it comes up on. We want to do it on December the 1st, Monday through Friday or Saturday or Sunday. We want to make it to where it's December the 1st. That way everybody else follows or the city goes first. But we just want to make sure that our members and everybody in the city of Del Rio and everybody in the state of Texas knows that the square will be lighted up on December the 1st. And as you can see, some of the pictures, the Brown Plaza was able to collect some gifts to, that's how we take accountability. This year we were able to distribute 200 tickets out, and the tickets were out to make accountability of how many people were out there on this event, and we raffled off these gifts, as you can see there. And then you also can see some of our members at the end are queens that they come a long ways with our presentations and during the year, because they do help us a lot. They are pictured in the bottom part of this screen, as you can see. And then also we have
and we do include you, Del Rio, City of Del Rio, in all our labels. As you can see, our flyer, and that's where we do include you, and we try to put it on Facebook. We try to put it everywhere so we can have a better and better a year, as we started with only 50 people showing up to our events at this, and now we're up to 200. And as you can see, our gazebo lighted up. It was a beautiful night, the day that we lighted up. We had many queens from the community. We had Ms. Valverde. We also had other queens from the community that joined us. And on our next event screen, as you can see, we have our beautiful Señora Cinco de Mayo outgoing to 2019, Ms. Claudia Lopez, which she crowned this year, the Lolis Saluca. We did it, as you can see. We were wearing our masks because it was through COVID-19. It had already happened. It was May the 5th. Brown Plaza decided we were not going to harm our people and the community by having a big event. We wanted to be the first ones to put the example that we have to help as leaders and as community and their organizations out there. We all have to pull together and make it happen. As the mayor has said, we all are together, and it's our community, it's our city, it's our county. So we need to pull together. And as you can see, we did it, Virgil, just as quick as we could, and not forget our Cinco de Mayo. And we did have a big event that was going to be coming for the Cinco de Mayo. It was going to be Jay Perez. And thank you to Jay Perez, because he has been working with us. We had already given our deposit, and we were just ready to give him our money so they could come down and have the big Cinco de Mayo that we have. And it's an event that Del Rio looks forward to. But don't worry, Del Rio. He's working with us, and he's going to come when we're ready to have the best event in the city of Del Rio, and it's going to be the best one when we're out of this COVID. Next screen, that as you can see, is the ones that we did before the COVID, because it does run in October. We have the Dia de los Muertos. We have a market with all our market people. We had 20 people that came out and had their goodies to sell. This was our first event, and as you can see in the middle of the screen, we have our little calaquitas that will be put up, hopefully just to be put up on the Dia de los Muertos, and everybody's invited to go put their picture there of their loved ones. We don't discriminate anybody. Everybody is invited. And also we have the October, where we distribute candy to our neighborhood kids and anybody that is come by. And we also had one of the mobile phones. It was I believe it was Metro PCS, and that joined with us to give out candy to our neighborhood kids. We also had the Rotary. They gave us hot dogs, and we came together and gave candy, and we give juices to the kids that come around the first 100. And our last event that we had was the first and last one for the 2020. It was our cook-off. As you can see, it was a great event, even though it was right after that. We had the COVID-19, but right before it was not COVID yet. We had approximately 1,000 people that came in the 2 days events. We had people from Mexico, we had Tampico, we had from Acuña, we had from Zaragoza, we had from people from San Antonio, we had people come in from New Braunfels, we had people come in from San Marcos. So we did have a great event. We had people come in from Eagle Pass also. So that is a good event that we've had started. And we also have the kids, as you can see them pictured there. We had the certificates, and we gave them some goodies that the community gave to us.
That's 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, and then really appreciate all your help and support.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martinez, and thank you, Mr. Andrade. I'll open up to council for any questions or feedback. Councilman Ojeda?
Yes, I just had a few comments. The first one addresses the presentation that's given. I really appreciate what your vision is for the preservation of this historical site. I had approached Mrs. Dolores Martinez, I think it was last year, about giving the Brown Plaza a bit of a facelift, if you will, and improving on the structures that are there and the foundation. But a part of that, I learned, about the electrical aspect of it, which is really important for the safety and for the production of the events that happen there. So thank you so much, and for also supporting it's all our vision, but what I had asked of the board to improve the face of the square of the historical site, and just to comment on the arts programs that made their presentations right now. It's like I've said, and I've mentioned before, what we write or any art form is what survives us, and it's for our posterity, for them to enjoy and to also perpetuate. So these art programs are really important to me and to our future. That's all, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Ojeda. Councilman Garza?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Carranza?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Councilman Elizalde de Calderon?
No, sir, I have none.
Councilman DeRusse?
No questions.
Councilwoman Salgado?
Just one quick question. Mr. Andrade, as far as your 4-year plan, because I understand that for quite some time the roof there at Brown Plaza has been in pretty sad shape. And I'm wondering, is there any insurance to the city that would cover that, or has that been included in your 4-year plan as well? Because a preservation of that roof, of course, preserves the interior of the building that you folks have worked so hard to clean up and spruce up.
It's not part of the 4-year plan. That's probably one of the last things that we'll take care of, though. Although I think there was a recommendation to the city that the city, I don't know if it's the Public Works, was going to do a survey of the whole square, and that included all the city buildings, not only La Plaza, but not only our association, but La Cultura, and actually the Parks building that's right next to us. So I think that was something that the city was going to take a look at and let us know down the road.
Okay, how long ago was that they mentioned this?
The last meeting that we had about that was probably about 6 months ago.
Okay, well, hopefully Mr. Winowski can enlighten us on that either today or at the next meeting.
Yes, I'll have to ask staff about that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Andrade. You folks have worked really hard to get to where you're at. And, it's, for me, the historical preservation is extremely important because we're advertising for tourists to come out, but we need to show our historical sites, how important they are to us. And the way to do that is by making sure that we maintain these facilities and improve them as much as possible. Thank you for all your hard work.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Andrade. I definitely am excited to hear the investment opportunities that you're fulfilling or attempting to fulfill with your next 4-year plan for the historical preservation of the Brown Plaza. The Brown Plaza is part of the potentially future cultural district that's going to hopefully revitalize that entire area and neighborhood. And I look forward to seeing your 4-year plan come to fruition. Just to reiterate what Councilwoman Salgado just emphasized about historical preservation, I know that the city has begun to help some of the municipal buildings, including the Casa Cultura Annex building on Garza Street. And I look forward to all the ideas being placed on the table so that we can collaborate and ensure that the big vision for the Brown Plaza, the Casa Cultura, the city parks building right now, all those municipal buildings are part of the big master plan to ensure that Brown Plaza has the best outcome and the best look and appearance. I really do look forward to having the historical preservation of the lamps. You know, the detail that you're refining as far as the copper colors and everything, that's monumental. That'll make that entire part of the city really stand out and highlight and attract a lot of tourists, especially since it's an open space right now. Its impact will be there to last for decades to come, for generations to come. So thank you, Mr. Andrade, for your forward-thinking leadership and your forward-thinking, innovative vision. It's something that definitely I believe the city will do its best to support. And it is unfortunate that some of the outdoor activities had to be canceled. That is, of course, you know, COVID-19 is the full virus that's taking account for all that we have to adapt to. But it's good to hear that you've been able to adapt and find programs that you can sustain during this pandemic. And once we're out of the clear, once we're able to reconvene and have gatherings in person, that'll be the place to be, is the Brown Plaza. I'm very excited about that for our future. So thank you again for your presentation. We'll proceed on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 3G, the Hot Funds application presentation by Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Okay, thank you for having me. This is Blanca. Let me go ahead and share the screen with you. Anita, are you looking at my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Council, one of the things is I would like to really commend you guys, especially on the historical and the arts, because it is very important to us as a CVB, because we promote all these events that have been in existence for years, and we go ahead and promote it out of town, and we want to make sure that people attend. And locally, we want to increase visitations to these areas, but also from the areas that we promote, which is basically in Eagle Pass, Piedras Negras, in that region, and San Angelo, and in West Texas, Hondo, Uvalde, in those areas. And we'll also, depending on the events, we also like to promote it to the interior of Mexico all the way into Monclova. So it's very important for us. And also, hopefully, I don't know if you remember or not, but we applied to be a cultural district. And this area is really the most important part, which would be to the Brown Plaza and the downtown area, and the Casa and the Firehouse and the museums and the Whitehead. So all that is very important to our cultural district. So hopefully we'll be able to get some, the designation. We won't know till September or October, but if we don't get it, we'll try again. And there should be some, if we do get it, some grants available for those entities in those areas. So one of the things is I did tell Mr. Chavez that I was appealing the recommendation of the CVB going down from 35% to 25%. This is looking at a 30% cut in funding, and we're already in our budget for this coming year. We dropped our budget by 40% due to the hotel's funding being down approximately 40%. So we're looking at, so you're looking at a 35 to 25% is almost a 30% cut plus a 40% drop because of COVID. So hopefully we should recover that or not. So I think we are doing better than other larger cities because we didn't get hit as bad. And I also put there for you on one of the bullet points. I'm not going to read all this stuff for you. A lot of this information is in the packet, but I'm just highlighting it for you. is that this is the history of I just went back to 96 to 98 of the hot tax percentages. And then I think that everyone has seen a growth in percentage and reinvestment except for the CVB. But knowing that we are percentage, the better the hotels do, the better that we do. So I feel that we bring in tourism to help sustain the 65%. The other organization's priorities are either historical and art. And we want to build on the historical and the art to bring more people in for that. That is the reason for the cultural district, for doing the first Friday, the Vida del Rio, that we want to keep as soon as we're able to have more events to keep promoting. I also wanted to point out there is the state uses a Dean Runyon and Associates that for 2019, the direct travel spending for visitors in Del Rio was $63.3 million. Direct employment was $650. Earnings was $16.3 million, and tax revenue was $5.8 million. For the tax revenue, it shows that if it hadn't been for that, that every household would have paid an additional $512 in taxes. So actively, we work currently and have worked in the past with events and meetings, Texas Parks and Wildlife regional meetings, Devil's River State Natural Area tours. We rent vans to transport visitors. The first robotics competition, this is going to be our third year. Hopefully we'll have it. Mental health symposium, International Indigenous Indian Tribe Conference, the welding competitions, the Texas Workforce Commission regional meetings, the birding on the border. And for the San Felipe Lions, what we do for them is we just do welcome bags and registration. We also do that for the San Felipe Exes when they come in. On the second page right here, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I can make it larger. These are CVB stats for 2019-2020. It shows the total brochures that we send out to all the Texas travel areas and also to other CVBs. And it shows totals through July was 8,074 that we send out, and then internet and mail and phone calls and the walk-ins and total brochure distribution. So we have to, everything that we produce in-house. And we get it printed locally, but we produce in-house. And we also have the people that have walked in where they're staying. We also like to know, sometimes they don't tell us where they're staying. They're just coming through. And we produce a lot of material for people to take on. So one of the things, this is the brochures that we create in-house and distribute. We have the annual calendar of events, going to Big Bend. We have a lot of people going and coming from Big Bend, and they want to say, we're here for 2 or 3 nights. What is there to do? So we also have the Valverde Winery flyer. We do historic Del Rio Visitors Guide. We reprint that. We do rack cards, and we also do retractable banners that we put in the hotels, and all of it has American Airlines information on it. We have give information out to West Texas hunting with everything has American Airlines logo on it. Our fishing rack cards. We do a Devil's River State Natural Area, the Dark Skies rack cards. We put this in the hotels and we distribute to the Texas visitors area. There's 12 of them. Then we also promote Seminole Canyon. We have a hunting lease list, hunting guides and fishing guides, and a hotel motel list. And of course the banners and that we talked about, the retractable banners for the hotels and motels with American Airlines and things to do on it. So this is not a cost, these are the units that we print. Then we have, there's about 150 fishing tournaments scheduled on Amistad Lake this coming year. Right now there's not any because the lake is closed on the weekends, but these are the fishing tournaments that we bid on and that we have secured for this coming year. So you're looking at number of anglers and how many nights and how many room nights. So we're looking at about 3,700 anglers just for these tournaments. We're also looking for room nights and what we paid or what we bid on with CVB dollars. So one of our biggest tournaments that we have coming in March of next year is the Texas Teen Trail by Cabela's. They hadn't come in 10, 12 years, and they came 2 years ago, and they did very well. We have Bass Champs also. I think we also have PBOBI that we just help with grab bags. And so, but I also have the list of the major the fishing tournaments that are on the lake. Some other ones are a lot of the smaller ones. If you have it, it's not available on the National Park Service website. We also have working on these meetings, which may or may not happen. The International Tribal Council wants to come back. The Texas, it's a birding society. It's a big conference that they want to start with a minimum of 75 people. There's another birding festival that Nora's working on. And then the Ultra Badlands Race, which that should happen. That is at Seminole Canyon in February 2021. They were here. This is the third year. We sponsored them last year. Oh, they sponsored them last year. So, and we had about 150 people. So I put this letter that I sent to you guys for you to review. And I'm not gonna read it again. It shows what we had in the past. And this letter was signed by our chair, which is Michael Diaz, and it also has all the hoteliers signed this letter in support, plus other local businesses. And this letter from the Texas Association of Convention and Visitors Bureau, which we are a part of, and we get a lot of information from them to help with ever-changing with COVID and what to do, and we do a lot of seminars with them, and they're a great organization to be a part of. And this is the information that I got from them about what the direct travel spending is. I hope you read that and what a CVB does. And just one last thing, a CVB, the hot funds are able to be used to create a CVB. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, feel free to give me a call or email me, and I'll be happy to answer and go through any of the packet with you. I also want to, I think that any reduction right now would be crippling to the CVB. We are here because the first place that people come to when they come to Del Rio is to this area and to the CVB, and we give them as much information as we can, and also want them to come back. So I also would like to ask the mayor to see if they can include me or let me in the next meeting when you're going to discuss the funds again, so that I can, if they have any questions, that I can, be able to answer them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Larson. I'll open up to council. Councilman DeRusse, any questions or concerns?
No, at this time.
Councilwoman Salgado?
Yes, I do. Sorry, it took me a little bit here to get this mic on. This letter that is showing on the screen right now, I was looking to the packet and I don't see it. I'll have to go through it, I guess, a little bit more, but I didn't want to tie anything up, and I was just wondering if that letter had been included in the packet.
This letter I just got recently, this last week, and I can email it to you.
Okay, if you would, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only other thing I have for now, Mrs. Larson, is the Convention and Visitors Bureau was established through your chamber. Was it in 1980, or I thought I had read something like that somewhere in the packet, but I wanted to confirm because I couldn't remember exactly off the top of my head.
Okay, so in the early 80s, Mr. McFadden, and we had a retail trade committee here at the chamber, and that committee went to City Hall to request that the city of Del Rio start collecting hot funds. And at that time, Dr. Gutierrez was the mayor, and the city unanimously approved to collect hot funds. When they started collecting hot funds, they came back to the chamber and asked the chamber to open the CVB arm, and then that's when they opened the CVB arm. I don't know exactly what year, but it has to be in the minutes of the city council. And I don't know if Dr. Gutierrez was still the mayor then, or is Mr. Cerny.
Okay, well, I remember reading something about Mr. McFadden, and I assumed it was you who had come with Mr. McFadden, or possibly someone else from the chamber. But I recall seeing that, but I couldn't recall. Somewhere in here I read 1980, and I was just curious if that was approximately when the CVB had been established, because you've been there for quite a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, the CVB has been there for quite a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was all I had, Mrs. Lawson. And if you could send me a copy of that letter, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll do it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Salgado. Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon, any questions or concerns?
No, sir, I have none.
Councilman Carranza?
No, none at this time.
Councilman Garza?
No, I have just a statement, and you know, again, this is just in the first process of our budgeting process, and again, I don't necessarily agree with the reduction as well as was presented or recommended today. No fault of the Hispanic chambers. You know, obviously, it's you know, we're trying to utilize funds to the best of our ability. You know, I just hope through this budget process, you know, we can find a way to continue the tradition of funding the CVB in the fashion that you know, that we've been customarily doing. I know that y'all received a greater percentage years ago, and that was sacrificed to pay off the Civic Center, and then, you know, there wasn't ever a rehashing of those funds to bring y'all back up to your current levels. But you know, not a knock on the Hispanic Chamber, but I just think that you know, we need to try to do our best to you know, maintain the levels of funding to the extent that we can, and you know, continue to embrace and endorse the good work that y'all are doing.
Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Garza. Councilman Ojeda?
Thank you, Ms. Larson, for your presentation. I think my comments will come in after the Hispanic Chamber makes their presentation. Although I would just like to say that, and I think I do believe that you both the Bureau and the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce do work together. I think the idea is for there to be a closer relationship and for things to be delegated more. And that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Ojeda. And Mrs. Larson, I do have a few questions. My first question is, who manages the social media accounts that are designated for the for the Chamber of Commerce, or specifically the Visitors Bureau, if you do have social media programs online?
We do in-house.
So you do it in-house. Okay. My next question is Superintendent Chris Ryan sits on the board for the CVB, correct?
Yes.
And it's my understanding that he did not sign the letter that you sent to the council?
No, he did not.
It's my understanding that Christopher Ryan has been trying to do the best that he can with the National Park Service under the Amistad National Recreation Area to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. Would you agree?
I would agree when you close the swimming areas and so forth, not when you close the boat ramps. I think that he wanted to close it for July the 4th because he knew that there was going to be a lot of people. He told me there was going to be a lot of people. If they didn't behave, he was going to close it. And I think that what it is right now that if you wanted to limit people on boats, if people, let's say you have a family, immediate family, you have 5 or 6 people, that's fine. But if you have 10 or 15 people, if they're not related, you can limit it to 60% or 50%.
So it's my understanding that he was attempting to do just that in previous weeks, but unfortunately, due to the fact that some of his staff members were exposed to COVID-19, that there's been a reduction in staff. It has been my understanding, as I spoke with Mr. Chris Ryan, that that is part of the underlying issue, is getting support staff to ensure that the safety and all of the health directives that are given under our local health authority are properly administered at the park. It's also my understanding that there are different national parks throughout the entire state that have been closed further, including those in Corpus Christi, Nueces County. So it's not something that's unique to our county, our city, or our backyard, given that Amiston National Recreation Area is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Interior. And Christopher Ryan is trying his best to follow the guidelines that are being given under Dr. Gutierrez. So while I understand that the perception of trying to keep those individuals separate sounds easy on paper, it sounds easy given that direction, but exactly who are we sending out there? These park rangers are federal agents, and the federal government is already limited in sending resources to our community. A couple weeks ago, we got Navy to support our local staff here for our nursing facilities, and the federal funding is not unlimited. So to recommend that even or suggest that we get additional staffing pulling from other national parks to support Chris Ryan's efforts to mitigate the spread of 19, I think is something that we need to really reconsider and really re-examine. Secondly, yes, ma'am, go ahead. I think you do want to comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. My next comment is going to be that, under Roosevelt's administration, he invested a lot in programs that that created jobs in the community through the New Deal program, and that's something that the city of Del Rio really needs to consider when allocating funds for historical preservation. Because what we can do is highlight our cultural aspect of our community, which is something that you support with the cultural district. So I completely see an opportunity right now while we're trying to limit large gatherings, whether it be fishing tournaments, whether it be weddings, whether it be any large gathering of 10 or more as given as under the governor's direct declarations right now, then now's an opportune time to go ahead and invest in our infrastructure, and that infrastructure includes historical preservation. So this investment in historical preservation is something that's going to last a lifetime. It's something that the community can stand behind, that during the COVID-19 pandemic, we gave insight and opportunity to our community to bring value back to some of those cultural districts that you yourself advocate for. And that's something that you can use in future brochures to market as well. And right now is a great opportune time, just like in the Roosevelt administration, to bring some of these programs online. And as mayor, I definitely want to reconsider and refocus some of our dollars right now to be invested in the Brown Plaza, to be invested in the Civic Center. All of these buildings that need some love, that need some work. Right now is an opportune time, since we can't use them to the full potential because of the pandemic. And lastly, one of my concerns also is just the innovation, and like the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce right now hasn't been able to have a good setting. They've been struggling. They make every single dollar work. And this CVB has consistently gotten every single dollar that it's asked for. And while we appreciate your hard work, the committee is not taking away that opportunity to get the deficit. The county is collecting hot funds, for example, but also there is a fund balance of $140,000 that you're welcome to apply for when bidding for competitions. Nobody's telling you not to. It's just that we just need to make sure that we diversify every single aspect that's coming into our community, which includes beyond fishing tournaments. In an email that you wrote, it was very worded as that you need to do more with less, but you're not. There is a fund balance that you can request from, that you can bid, just like other programs do. Right now, the council hasn't had an opportunity to enable these gatherings because of COVID-19, but in 6 to 8 months, when these programs come online, when these tournaments come online, Mrs. Larson, the CVB is more than welcome to apply for that funding. It's not being taken away from you at all. It's just being restructured so that we can focus on some of the historical preservations that you yourself advocate for, that you yourself need to put on your marketing tactics. And it's something that this council can completely support in tandem. And I think that making sure that every organization, nonprofit that receives hot funds from the city is also taking advantage of the fact that the county is also collecting hot funds. This is a community involvement, just as we expressed earlier. And so I really just want to compliment all of your efforts in the past, but right now is the time for innovation, to think outside the box. And lastly, in closing, as sitting in Segment 3 Chairman for the Ports of Plains Feasibility Study under House Bill 1079, I myself put into motion a Visitors Bureau Convention Welcome Center to be situated right there by Amistad National Recreation Area on 277. And that's something that I think the CVB should really stand behind. Unfortunately, I think that you maybe attended 1 or 2 meetings and you weren't able to hear the results of that involvement. But I can assure you that TxDOT was very receptive of placing a visitors convention center right there that could be partially funded from tax funds or federal dollars when the Interstate 27 gives its designation through our community. So we're definitely trying, and I know I'm personally trying to advocate for a visitor center, a visitors bureau on behalf of the CVP so that you can actually be outside of the current office settings that you're in. Right now, where it sits, you know, we talked about maybe moving it to the downtown area. We can have a second visitor centers there. But right now, I'm definitely advocating on your behalf to ensure that a visitor center comes online in our beautiful area. What a great opportune time it would be once this interstate is completed and we can welcome all those tourists and all those truckers and all those industry visitors coming on I-27 to the Lake Amistad backdrop. So I just want to emphasize that it might be a perception that we're reducing the funding, but the reality is that there's still plenty of opportunity to go and tap into. It just takes some time to think outside the box and be innovative on how you can achieve that standard.
Okay, really quick, if let's go back to the National Park Service. That Mr. Ryan said that there was a lot of lakes closed in Texas. The majority of lakes, we only found 3 lakes that were closed in Texas. The state parks are not closed. And also, I'm looking at, I get calls from businesses that are out by the lake, and they say, okay, let's not open up the swimming areas. Let's not open up the picnic areas. Let's go ahead and just open up the boat ramps so that we can go out fishing, so we can have people visiting on the weekends. Usually there's 2 people fishing on a boat. And our businesses that are out there, they're not going to last over 3 or 4 months. They're down 90% on the weekends. So when I have businesses calling me that they're not going to make it, and you have restaurants that are suffering because we don't have the weekend traffic, what do you know, I'm advocating for the business. So
absolutely, and I completely support you advocating for the businesses, but the businesses you mentioned are outside in the county, and that's a great opportune time to establish the relationship to help get the extra funding that the city's already in support of. I mean, that's what they collect the funding as well for, and that's something that's a conversation that you should be having with other counterparts that are collecting hot funds for that very purpose. Councilman Salgado continues to advocate to support the city of Del Rio and all of the assets within the city limits, and while we all understand as a council that the majority of the hotels are in the limits of the city, you know, that's an opportune time for you to build that relationship with the county to ensure that the deficit that you may encounter is supported. But I want to reemphasize, Mrs. Larson, that there is still the $140,000 that's available that you would just have to bid for. I mean, and that's just adding some competition to make sure that we have all the programs out there.
Okay, Mayor, the only thing is with the fishing tournaments that are coming in that we bid for, we have to bid for them anywhere between 6 months to a year in advance.
And that's a process that we completely welcome as a committee for hot funds. I would be more than happy to sit down 6 to 18 months ahead of time, between 6, 12, 18, and listen to those bids and approve or not approve. I would be happy to join you in that conversation. There's nothing that says that you cannot participate in that bidding. Nothing at all.
I don't understand why that you want to reduce my funding.
The reason why it was just expressed to you because of the fact that we're going under COVID-19 and now is an opportune time to invest in the historical restoration, something that you yourself advocate for in the cultural district designation. So right now the city is also strapped for different revenue sources, and the hot funds is something that we can apply to build upon that, to build the infrastructure, to redo every single thing that we can try to accomplish right now during these downtimes. And right now, the best opportunity to is invest in infrastructure. That is something that has been historically done through presidents, through governors, through other mayors, and we can do that right now.
Okay, I agree that you can invest in infrastructure for historical, but that's not coming off historical, and I don't want it to come off historical or arts.
Right, and like I said, we're just repurposing the funds, ma'am. And again, you can continue to bid for those funds that you feel that are not there right now through the bidding process, 6 to 8, 12, or 18 months. And the reason why I want to emphasize that is because we want to support health authorities' direction that we need to limit our exposure. Until there's a vaccine, we really need to be cautious on having any large tournaments anyway. And as you know, they've been canceled because the weekends the park is closed. So this is just factual knowledge that's available right now. And if you'd like to speak to the local health authority on the direction on bidding that far out, maybe he can give a better assessment of what the potential COVID crisis would look like then. But the process is available for you and any other nonprofit organization that's seeking hot funds to have those tournaments and conventions in the future. It's completely there. I welcome it. I would love to hear the bids. I would love to hear that. Nobody's telling you not to.
That's fine.
I have a question on a comment you made. You address a fund balance associated with the hot tax revenue. Why not just apply that fund balance? As I saw, the difference was 10% was taken from, and the recommendation 10% was taken from the CVB and reapplied back to the balance, or reapplied to another organization.
Mm-hmm. It's in the best interest to ensure that the events that are coming for are competitive in nature and that we're using the resources and the funding available to the best of its ability. We need to make sure that we're diversifying all the potential events that come into our community. And perhaps that question can be further answered when the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce presents its presentation.
No, but my question was, so we're, or at least I'm clear, the 10% reduction from the CVB, that 10% is being applied to the Hispanic Chamber, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So why not just utilize the fund balance to the Hispanic Chamber?
So that way other organizations, including the Chamber itself, has an opportunity to come and bid for the funds that it needs.
But
We
if
don't
they're
want to
laying out a plan,
we don't want to just give away the fund balance either, Councilman.
we're not giving away. I mean, if there's a justifiable means of expense, then it's not giving it away. There's the allocation. But on that note, we'll have this discussion later, as I think it was stated that we'll have an opportunity to address these things. I just I'm not disagreeing at all with any of your statements. However, it's very difficult to just try to assume, and again, the conversation statements made about the lake. I mean, this is a 12-month budget, and a lot can happen in that time. And to have the placeholder money there to increase tourism, I think it's not necessarily something that I think we just want to diminish that fund, or at least the 35%, just because of what's happening now. I mean, I think we got to be prepared and allow each organization to try to do with what they can. And again, this is still a very vibrant part of our economy, and I think that the CVB has done a phenomenal job of trying to do what they can with what they have. And again, as I stated before, I don't feel that even right now is the time maybe to take then such a bold move on some other projects. But I mean, that's just my opinion. One more comment, and again, I go back to the recommendation. Typically we see more than one recommendation, and I think just to be prudent on, our fiduciary responsibility with this fund, I mean, I'd like to see more than one recommendation moving forward to give this council an opportunity to address certain things respectively.
Thank you,
that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Garza. Okay, so that concludes the presentation for today from the 4 recipients for today's agenda item. We'll now proceed on to item 3H, discussion of the 2020 proposed budget and tax calendar.
Yes, Mayor and Council, if we could get the screen to be minimized. I believe Blanca. All right, thank you. And then the Mayor and Council, our Finance Director, Ms. Alberta Barrett, will be leading us through these next few agenda items.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. The first item is the budget and tax calendar that starts on page 157. Those dates that are highlighted in yellow are actually council meetings. So the next meeting on August 11th, as far as the budget and the tax, we will have schedule our public hearings for the budget, which right now we're tentatively looking at September 8th and September 15th. Also during that week, the city will submit their proposed budget to you so that it meets the deadline as per the charters when we need to submit that budget to the city council. The next meeting on August 18th, we'll discuss some of the funds, the general fund, debt service, restrictive court, and internal service funds. Then on the 25th of August, we'd like to discuss capital projects, fixed assets, and the fee schedule. And then over on page 158, we'll need to have the governing body discuss the tax rate, and we'll have to take a record vote and schedule the public hearing, and that vote actually gets published in the paper. And it has to be done by September 1st. So we may push that back to August 11th, but that will happen this month to where we take your vote and actually publish that in the paper. One change on the tax, in prior years we were required to have 2 public hearings. With the tax law changes, there's only 1 public hearing. So on September 8th, we'll have our first public hearing on the budget. And that budget will always require 2 public hearings per our charter. And then on September 15th, we'll have our second public hearing on the budget and our first public and only public hearing on the tax rate. And then on the 22nd is when we will adopt the budget, the tax rate, and the fee schedule, and also any amendment number 4, which has our final projections for 1920. So that's kind of the summary of the budget and tax calendar. Are there any questions on that particular item?
I'll go ahead and ask the council. Councilman Carranza, any questions regarding the calendar?
Yeah, I do have one question for Ms. Barrett or our city manager, either one. So we're needing to, you said by September 1st, we're going to already have the proposed tax rate, correct?
Yes, sir. We have the tax rate that we'll discuss here in the next item or so. But the city council has to discuss and record their vote on that rate. And that is what has to be published by September 1st.
Okay, and my concern is that we haven't even looked at the capital improvements plan, and that's not going to be presented to us until the 25th. And that's something that's very important for council. Normally we get it much earlier in this process, and for some reason I'm not sure why we haven't. But I think we need a little bit more time with that, with a CIP plan. That affects many things. The ones that are property tax funded. So I'd like to see that. I'd like to take a look at that sooner than the 25th.
Okay, we can see if we can't work that up into an earlier one. With the CIP, tentatively what we're looking at is the CO money that we've already borrowed to do those projects instead of the tax money, the M&O portion of the tax money. So, but we can definitely move it up if that's what you'd like to do.
Yeah, as far as myself, I think I would like some time. I mean, I know what you all, that's what's in mind, but I think the council needs to have some input on what some of our projects are, our visions are. But anyway, that's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Salgado, any questions or comments?
I agree with Councilman Carranza. We need more time because we're looking at no tax here, but yet we don't know what's going to be, what else we may have that'll come up. So definitely, I would say that we need to get this information sooner rather than later. And that's about it.
Thank you, Councilman Salgado. Councilman DeRusse?
I was going to make the same comments, especially this is a really compressed calendar, and we haven't gotten any of the budget books, whether it's the CIP or the overall department, budget requests. So I would request those books as soon as we possibly can, even if we're not going to discuss it for 2 weeks, so that we have time to actually look at it and, develop questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman DeRusse. Councilman Ojeda?
Yes. Ms. Barrett, how soon could we get those books? Okay.
Next week.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is this as soon as we can? That's the soonest, right? Or can we do it sooner? That's my question. Sorry, I don't want to rush and have things incorrect. But,
yeah, I understand. It's just, with the COVID, it's kind of put us behind, and then me starting in March is also kind of a delay. But yes, next week is probably about the soonest we can get it, and we're going to do it to have it to you.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Councilman Garza?
No comment.
Councilwoman Elizalde de Calderon?
No, sir, I have none.
Okay, thank you. And I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Then we can go to the next agenda item.
That's right, Scott. Okay, the next item is per the Texas Property Tax Code, an officer or employee designated by the governing body shall calculate the new no revenue rate and the voter approval rate for the unit. Just as to let everybody know, the no new revenue was our effective tax rate, and the voter approval rate was formerly our rollback rate. So for to proceed on, we just wanted to bring this item up so that we could comply with that tax code section and designate myself, the finance director, to calculate the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate for the city.
So we would want that in the form of a motion.
You would need the form of the motion to designate Finance Director Barrett to be the designee to calculate the no new revenue rate. Is that right? How would we?
Yes, to calculate the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate.
To calculate. Okay, so I'll make the motion to appoint Finance Director Barrett to be the designee to calculate the no new revenue rate and voter approval rate. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, any questions or concerns? Councilman Carranza?
I have none.
Councilwoman Elizalde de Calderon?
No, sir, I have none.
Councilman Garza?
No questions.
Councilman Ojeda?
No questions.
Councilman DeRusse?
No questions.
Councilwoman Salgado?
None.
Okay. And we'll go ahead and take a vote. I vote in favor. Councilwoman Salgado?
In favor.
Councilman DeRusse?
In favor.
Councilman Ojeda?
In favor.
Councilman Garza?
In favor.
Councilman Carranza?
In favor.
Councilwoman Elizalde de Calderon?
In favor.
The motion does carry. We'll now proceed on to the next item in the agenda, which is the submission of the preliminary certified 2020 property tax appraisal roll for the city of Del Rio as presented by the Val Verde County Appraisal District.
Yes, thank you. This year's a little different than normal. Usually around the 25th of July, the appraisal district has certified values to all its entities. This year, with the COVID-19 and trying to schedule all the protests or appeals, the appraisal district has sent us a preliminary certified value, which is included in the packet on page 163. And as you can see there under item number 16A, the certified values that they have listed there at $1,610,413,824. That is what they're certifying at this point. But if you notice, line 17 has $73,534,273 that is under protest. So basically on page 164, the next page, the net taxable value, the $1,536,879,551 is what we would use as our certified values at this point. There's still over about 400 accounts that still have to be discussed that are still under protest. And Ms. Sheedy at this point cannot let us or tell us when they will have a definite certified value. So based on our tax calendar that we just discussed, to meet those deadlines, we have to proceed with the information that they've given us on these 2 pages here to establish our rates. That's pretty much it for that item, unless there's any questions.
I'll go ahead and ask Council. Councilman Salgado, any questions?
None.
Councilman Ojeda?
No, sir.
Councilman Carranza?
So, Ms. Barrett, what is the, going with that value, the $1,500,000,000, what is that difference from last year? Increase, decrease, and how much?
That amount to the certified amount last year was $1,502,051. So basically, it's about a 2.3% increase, about $34 million.
$34 million. And is I mean, I think we've seen some bigger increases. I think we had a bigger increase last year. I know the year before that it was pretty flat. And, had you looked at that?
Yes, in 19, this year that we're in, it was almost 4.82 is about what I think I saw, so a little less than 5% increase over 18. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure we're doing the right thing, so thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Carranza. Councilman Garza?
Oh, just a question, Ms. Barrett. Do you think, given the circumstances of COVID, do you think they will be able to resolve the 400 accounts under protest in time?
No, sir. Basically, I think that my understanding is they're holding hearings and discussions every day, pretty much all day. But there's so many to go through, and the deadlines are so short that we just have to proceed with them. And I've asked Suzanne, the city attorney, just to double check and see if that's true, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Also verified that with the county and the county tax assessor, and they're saying the same thing. It's just, this is what we have no choice. This is what we have to go with.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman DeRose?
So, are you calculating the numbers based off of the assumption that all of those appeals get approved? So the appraised value would be the $72 million less?
For the certified value, yes. But when we come into actually figuring out what our collections will be, that's where we can actually do some scenarios as to what we think out of that $73 million that's under protest that would actually be collected.
True, but the most conservative way would be to assume that $73 million gets taken off the tax rolls.
That is correct, and that's the.
So then if we do some fuzzy math, and then we might end up with even more of a deficit. But if we assume that everything is going to be, the appeals are all going to win, then that's the most conservative way and less likely to have a deficit. So.
And that is the approach we're taking.
Okay, great.
The value of the $1,536,000.
Okay, thanks.
Page 164.
Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon.
No, sir, I don't have any.
Okay, and I don't have any additional questions. You did not need any action. This is just information, basically, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so proceed on to item 3K, submission of the no new revenue, voter approval, and sales tax and collection rates for 2020.
Okay, so taking the values that we just discussed, doing the tax rate calculation worksheets, you can see there that the no new revenue rate is 0.6926 per $100 value. So that would be the amount that would generate the same amount of revenue as this year, which again was formerly the effective tax rate. The new voter approval rate, which was formerly the rollback rate, is 0.7229. And so that is the rate that we need to have our tax rate less than. Otherwise, it goes on the November election to roll the rate back to this number or to this rate. The sales tax adjustment rate of 0.1744 is the amount of the sales tax percentage that goes to reduce your property tax rate. So that helps reduce the, to lower the, for property tax. And then the anticipated collection rate, I was using 87%. Basically looking at the last 3 years, in 17, it was 89%, 18 was 88, this past year, 87%. And so I kept it at 87, just basically that seems to be the trend that it's going. And with the COVID-19, I think that is going to affect some of our collections. And so to be conservative, I used an 87% collection rate.
If I could just add that our current rate is 0.7309.
Right. So, and then if you could turn to page 180, you can see, based on the notices, this is what we will publish in the paper Sunday that states what this no new revenue rate is at 0.6926 and the voter approval rate of 0.7229. Again, as city manager stated, our current rate is higher than this rollback rate, so we'll need to lower our rate in discussions when we take a vote. So it will have to be less than this 7229. So in doing some preliminary calculations, every 1 cent is about $133,708. So anytime we adjust our rate by 1 cent, that's basically the effect in your tax collections. But those will be brought back to you when we actually take a record vote. But just so you know, these are the rates that will be published in Sunday's paper and published on the website for the tax calendar that we just talked about. Any questions on this item?
I'll go ahead and ask the council. Councilman Salgado, any questions?
Yes, when you calculated this, I mean, the tax rate now was, because we haven't heard what, what we may be looking at as far as the CIPU or COs, or even what we have started discussing, the increasing the minimum wage and all that. Has all that been, have you taken all of this into account? Because there's a lot of ifs out there.
It does all come into play, but in calculating these rates, that is not taken in consideration. It's strictly off of the appraised values that we receive from the appraisal district. that we have listed for you on the prior agenda item.
Okay, because even though we would not be increasing the taxes, the people's taxes will still very likely go up because of the increase in values, correct?
Yes, their taxes could go up most definitely because of the values going up. That is true.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman Salgado. Councilman Garza?
No, so without going into election, we'd have to lower the rate. And you said that one penny would generate so a reduction of about 1 penny is how much would we need to reduce our budget by?
I was just saying that every 1 cent is 133,708.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess I got some specific budget questions, but as it relates to this topic on our calculated rate, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Ojeda?
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
Councilman Carranza?
I was just trying to figure out, Ms. Barrett, so because of the new state laws, we can only go up, what, 2.5%? Is that what the amount is?
On the rollback, it's
before rollback, yes.
yeah, it's 3.5.
3.5.
Mm-hmm.
And that's from the effective tax rate?
Yes, it's based off the effective M&O rate and the rollback M&O rate.
Yes, so that's really going to limit us on doing anything this year then, basically, because of the new guidelines set by the state. So that's going to be difficult. We haven't even looked, as y'all have mentioned, at the CIP. So
yes, it's all going to take like I said, we're going to definitely have to lower our rate from the 73.09 to the 72, or somewhere below the 72.29, I should say. Yes.
And that's just a little bit less than a penny. I mean, it's probably $100,000 at least, I would think. So, and we've already talked about some things we want on our wish list. Salaries and stuff like that. And so you're taking those maybe anticipated figures and figuring this out?
Right. So what we'll do from here is we'll take these this rate and what the effect of the revenue will be for M&O and interest in sinking, and we'll plug those into the budget. And yeah, our wish list was just that. And based on these actual rates, those things could maybe not happen.
Right.
That we'll present to you and have further discussions on here in the next few meetings. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, the CIP on the general fund may be minimal this year, but just a reminder that items in the enterprise funds, they are not funded through the property tax. So just a reminder on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carranza. Councilman DeRusse?
Not at this time, but once we get the budget books, I am sure we'll all have a lot.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon?
No, sir, no questions.
And I have no additional questions. Thank you, Finance Director Barrett.
Thank you.
We're now on item 3K, submission of, nope. Item 3L, discussion on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 Special Revenues Fund.
Yes, I kind of wanted to go through the special revenue funds with y'all this evening. If we could turn to page 184, it's just a summary that takes all the special revenue funds. There you can see them by column, the revenues underneath and the expenses, and then if they have any change to the fund balance. And so then at the very end, you can see on the far right, there's a total column. So the total of all the general fund revenues of operating and grants is the $984,600. Plus we have, we have the grants down below under other resources as intergovernmental, and that's another $3 million of revenues. And then expenses for operating a little over 2.6 million up above. And so then you go down to the bottom, we have transfers out to other funds. Net change in the fund balances, at this point, we would add 325,900 to our fund balances. We'd start projecting this October of having $1,656,528 as a fund balance for all these special revenues. And then we'd add the 325,900, bringing us next year to $1,982,428. So then if we could talk about the specific funds, the first one being transportation, if we could turn to page 186. Revenues under the transportation, we have transit services. This year we had budgeted originally $321,500. We amended it down to $208,000. A lot of that was paid, or about $113,000 of it was paid through the CARES grant. So next year we'll rely more on transit services. So we're projecting $286,500, and that's the budget column for next year. This column to the far right, 2021 proposed, is what we're proposing in the budget for next year. Grants, $853,400. In grants for next year. This year was quite a bit more. We had the CARES grant, which was $952,950, plus $1,233,000 for some buses. So that's what brought it to the $2.3 million under the amended column in the middle. Moving down to expenses, they're totaling $1,163,500. The personnel at this point is just including 2% salary adjustment. We haven't included anything additional at this point based on what we just talked about as far as our property tax rate and the effect of those values. So we're trying to keep it consistent. And so at this point, we're just looking at 2% salary adjustment for discussion purposes. Insurance in that same category, which we'll talk about a little later. I think the next agenda item, insurance based on the rates and claims, that will increase 5% next year, and that's included in the salary or personnel category of $849,800 for next year. Looking at total supplies, we're budgeting $129,600. It's pretty flat from looking at your total supplies compared to the adopted budget this current year. So we're maintaining those expenses to be flat. The same with other services, or total services and other costs. Again, we're maintaining those fees and costs flat from what they are this current year. So next year we're budgeting $184,100, and that's how we get our total expense of $1,163,500. The transportation is a fund that doesn't carry a fund balance. That's why you see that there's a zero change in the fund balance, and there's no fund balance to carry forward. Any questions on transportation? If not, we'll go ahead and move forward. Okay. The next is on page 188 is the WIC, Women, Infant, and Children Fund. Moving to page 189, you can see our total revenues there. We're budgeting $624,200 for next year, which is an increase in allocations from the current year. Going to page 190, we can talk about the expenses more in detail. 189 is just a summary. So on page 190, our expenses for total personnel, again, is 2% salary adjustment for any personnel in that particular fund. And we're budgeting $442,700 for the WIC fund. Supplies, again, there's a little bit of a decrease from what we have budgeted. If you looked in the second column, it's $34,616 for this current year, and we're projecting or budgeting $29,800 for next year, the column to the far right. Moving to services and other costs. In total, it's up about 27%. We're budgeting $151,700. The increases there are in internal administrative services and contract services. The way that they are billing and doing the indirect cost and billing and reimbursement, there's some additional monies in those particular categories to cover that. And so that brings our expenses at the bottom to $624,200. Which, if you look back, back on page 189, you can see that matches the revenues that we're anticipating. And again, this is a fund that does not carry a fund balance, so you can see there's zero increase or change in the fund balance. Moving to nutrition, starts on page 191, but if we could turn.
I have a quick question, Ms. Barrett.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that on the personnel, you have 442,700, yet on the wages, we have 306,900. Was there a reduction in personnel, or what happened?
If I'm answering your question right, the payroll wages is just the salaries, your part-time positions, things of that nature, which is 306,900, which is an increase from the budget of 302,500. And we're only projecting 282 this year. I'm sure we had some vacancies through the year. If you look under payroll wages from what was budgeted to projected. So no, we're not decreasing any of them. It still has the 2%. The 442 includes the retirement cost, insurance, Social Security taxes in total for the 442,700. Did that answer?
Pretty much, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so the next fund is nutrition. And also you can see there, not to go back, but just to point out on page 188, you can see for WIC, we had 10 positions on page 188. As you can see, that's maintained through this year and then next year. So we're not decreasing any positions or adding. It's just due to vacancies they've had through the year. Okay, so back to nutrition on page 192. In total revenues for next year, we're budgeting $275,500. The big difference is the MRGDC grant. We're projecting more this year. The second column from the right, we're projecting $291,500, which is about $129,000 more. And that's taking from next year based on the CARES or based on the grant that will get reimbursed for meals. So that's why it's lower next year, because we're taking some of that we're anticipating getting next year and requesting it this year for the increased cost for providing that service. So in total, the revenues are $275,500. Plus a transfer in down at the bottom, you can see under other resources and expenses, a transfer in from the general fund of $291,700. Again, that offsets the expenses in total of $567,200. Again, no change in personnel versus what we talked about earlier, 2% on the salary adjustment. Insurance increase of 5%. Supplies, we're maintaining, it's on page 193. You can see in the far right, Under total supplies, $214,500. So we're maintaining a flat operating expense. Same with total services and other costs. We budgeted about $42,411 this year under the second column. And then you can see on the far right, $43,500 is our budget for next year. So again, maintaining a flat operating cost, which is the total of $567,200. Again, the nutrition is not one that maintains a fund balance, so the revenues and expenditures equal each other. Any questions on nutrition? Okay. Moving to page 194 is the Public Educational Governmental Fund, or we call it the PEG Fund. The revenues in this particular fund are generated from cable franchise fees, a percentage of them that's restricted for public education and governmental notifications or broadcasts. So that percentage is, we're budgeting next year at $65,000. We're projecting $62,000 for this year. So about a $3,000 increase for next year. Still very conservative. Supplies, the $4,900 is for a conference table and some chairs, also to soundproof the council chambers. The $12,000 is the building lease payment. And then down at the bottom, you see capital outlay of $162,600 to the far right. That is to have a studio to where they can do some filming, do kind of more of an in-house type of program to facilitate and make the public aware of some of our programs. That's $162,600. So here we would use $114,500 of the fund balance. And so what we're projecting this year, if you look at the second column from the right, we started the year with about $230,752. We'd use $31,600 this year, bringing us to $199,152, which we would start with as of October 1st of next year. And that $114,500 would come off of there, leaving us $84,652 at the end of next year in the proposed budget. Any questions on the PEG channel, or fund, I should say? Okay. Moving to page 196 is the Property and Forfeiture Fund. This, the $4,000 that we get in property and forfeiture, the $4,000 we budgeted is not projected to receive this year, according to the chief of police. That's something that's kind of, it varies. So next year we're just maintaining at the $4,000, and we'll just watch it and see what happens. Supplies for this year, we're projecting to spend $13,600. And that would be like for body armor, gas mask, pepper ball guns. And then for next year, the $5,000 under the proposed budget at the far right is for riot equipment. And so there, we started the year at the very bottom there. You can see beginning fund balance, $28,640. We used on our projections $13,300, leaving us $15,340. So we'll start that with it as of October 1st for our proposed budget, and we'd actually use $1,000 of that fund balance, lowering it to $14,340. Okay, any questions on property and forfeiture? Okay, moving to page 198 is our Law Enforcement Officer Standards and Education Fund. Here in state revenue, we receive, we budgeted at $5,000, excuse me. We're projecting $4,600. For next year's proposed budget in the far right, we're budgeting $4,500. The contract and other cost is training costs that we use these LEOS monies for. This year, we're projecting $4,600, and next year, those training costs we're estimating to be about $10,000. So at the very bottom, the beginning fund balance for this year was $12,474. There's no change in the fund balance, so we start next year with a beginning fund balance of $12,474. We'd actually use $5,500 of that balance, bringing us down to $6,974. Any questions on the LEOS monies? Okay. Page 200 is our buses and bus facilities program. Here, our state revenue, we're proposing $1,257,300 for next year. And there again, you see at the bottom, transfers out would be to our fixed asset equipment fund, would be to buy those buses at $1,257,300. Again, this is one like the others, doesn't maintain a fund balance. So you can see there's no change. So whatever revenue received, we will spend. Okay, moving to page 202 is our economic development fund. And I'd like to go to 203 to talk about the revenues and expenses. There's no operating revenues. If you look on page 203 under other resources and expenses, there's a transfer in. The second line is a revenue. It's a transfer in from the general fund of $139,700. Going to page 204, we can talk about the expenses in a little more detail. So the expenses of $139,700 are broken out into total personnel. We're budgeting $98,500. Again, and as you see under supplies for next year, $6,400. Total services, we budgeted $27,616 this year, and next year we're budgeting $29,800. The biggest increase is travel and training. We realize training is very important, so we're budgeting $8,000 for those costs. So that's what's included in the $29,800. So that's the total expense of $139,800. And again, this particular economic development fund does not carry a fund balance.
If I could just go back to page 200 on the bus and bus facilities program. This is a rehabilitation to the transportation building, not for new buses.
Oh,
just
I'm sorry.
to clarify.
Okay.
I have a question, Mrs. Barrett.
Yes.
On the economic development, under expenditures, the figure that stands out that almost blinded me was that insurance, $277,223, although it's under the 2018-2019. That was, I guess, an actual expense. And then I see the rest of the way, all the way across, way lower amount. So
yes,
where does that 277 come in?
I'll have to look at that one. I did not notice that before as to what that total expense would have been.
If I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm thinking, I could be wrong, it's 18 is when I left the previously, but I'm thinking that's when they had the public relations, maybe under economic development, as well as maybe a grant writer. So maybe those positions were under that umbrella.
There's no way that those two positions could have had amounted to $277,223.
There was three at one point. There was three under PR at one point. It was a PR manager and two communications technicians, and then a grant writer. So.
Okay, because I remember that there was 25,000 that was approved, and with that 25,000, they were supposed to pay for 2 PR people, and the grant writer, I don't recall, as a matter of fact, I don't recall that one at all, but if you, Mrs. Bear, would please, or Lori, get together and get an answer on that one back to us, maybe at the next meeting.
Yes, ma'am. We'll research that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so we will research that, get back to you. Then page 205 is the Economic Development Corporation. And in this one, the total revenue includes our sales and use tax. So this year projected is $621,100. However, that includes $50,000 that should have been in the year prior. So there's, you know, that year was probably recording less. This year is kind of overstated. So one year is understated, one's overstated. So if you took that out, really we're projecting $571,000 this year. And next year we're proposing $585,000 as the portion that goes to the Economic Development Corporation, which is a 2% increase. So I think that's pretty conservative. It's pretty flat from what it's been based on this year. Expenses, here we're proposing $91,000. I know there's the 434 in adopted. Again, that was just to bring the, I think, to offset the revenues. We really aren't going to spend that much in contract services. It's really going to be closer to $82,300. And then under other resources and expenses, the transfer out is to the general fund for salary reimbursement. So again, it's $62,100 for next year. So fund balance wise, we started the year with $1,324,062. We've added $105,500 to that balance. So we're projecting as of September to have $1,429,562. So we'll start the new budget year with that amount. And then we'll add, based on these numbers, $446,900 for an ending fund balance of $1,876,462, based on the proposed budget. So that's the special revenue funds. Again, we'll research the item. If there's any other questions, just let us know, and we'll definitely look into those as well. Okay.
Also, I was just going to say, I don't hear any questions or concerns. I believe Councilman Salgado already addressed her concerns as we were proceeding through the documents, and I believe the rest of council was suggesting that they also have further questions, but we'll wait upon receipt of the financial books.
Yes.
Is my understanding.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Thank you.
So then, I'm sorry. So that leads us to item 3M, Resolution 2020-067, a resolution to adopt the City of Del Rio self-funded health and dental insurance proposed premium rates for fiscal year 2020-2021, effective October 1st, 2020.
So yes, I can address this item as well. So this is a resolution to adopt our self-funded health and dental rates for this next year. So in the middle of the background there, you can see what our current rates are for employee only is $655.23 for the health premium. The dental premium is $21.88, and the city pays for the employee's portion of these costs. Then depending on what the employee has, whether they're employee and child or children, employee and spouse, employee and family, then they pick up these additional costs for the health care and the dental care premiums. So that is our current scenario. Then down below under discussion, you can see with the 5%, the $655.23 for employee will go to $687.99, and on dental, it's $21.88 will go to $32.76. And then you can see below there. Let me back up. Those are the city portions, and then below are what the employee would pick up based on what their coverage would be. Let's see. And then the dental portion is on the next page on 208. So with the increase, the city's portion would be $22.97. And again, below is what the employee would pick up for employee and child or children, spouse, and family. And so that's what we're bringing to you this evening. Again, this is a modest increase based on what I've seen and heard from TML and what the rates are coming in. They ranged anywhere from 9 to 12%. Based if we can maintain our insurance at 5%, I think the city is doing good with that. The goal is to have the health claims fund have a fund balance of about 6 months of premiums per TML. That's kind of their standard. Right now, we're not at that. However, within the next 3 years, if we have a modest increase of 5%, we should be able to reach that goal. Any questions on the insurance premiums?
I'll open it up to council. Councilman Salgado, any questions?
Yes, my question is, have you folks checked to see what other cities are doing? If they're also covering 100% of their employees' insurance?
Yes, most cities do. Alberta, if you can.
No, I was fixing to say the same thing. That's pretty standard, is for cities to pay for the employees' portion of health and dental, and then the employees pick up any additional coverage they have on that, whether it be for family or children. Same with dental, even eye. So, I mean, I think whatever those additional, it's pretty common for cities to pay for the employees' portion.
Okay, well, my next question is that where this is great, and this is why we definitely need to have a very serious discussion on increasing the minimum wage and helping those at the bottom of the pay scale, because for those at the top, this is great, 100% coverage on the insurance, and because I know that most companies don't do this, and this is very generous of the cities that do it. But, you know, for those folks that are at the bottom of the pay scale, even if they wanted to get insurance for a dependent, it would be very, very difficult. So, like I say, I just was curious as to how many other cities the size of Del Rio are paying for 100% of the employees. Because at some point, the line is going to have to be drawn where there is some participation from the employees as well. But for the time being, like I say, my concern is right now to help those at the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Salgado. Councilman Garza?
No questions.
Thank you, Councilman Garza. Councilman Ojeda?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Ojeda. Councilman Carranza?
Ms. Baird, so I can understand the total cost of the increase is $236,000. That's health and dental.
Right. Yes.
And so the 517 employees, that is the total budget number of employees.
Yes, that's assuming the total. Yes. that are on here. Yes.
And then the individual ones after that, employee and child, that's
Right.
just the people that are participating. So the 517, not plus all of those figures, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Carranza. Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon.
No, sir, I don't have any questions.
Councilman DeRoos.
No questions.
And I have no additional questions. Is there a motion for the resolution 2020-067?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Councilman DeRoos, in favor or opposed?
In favor.
Councilman Ojeda?
In favor.
Councilman Carranza?
In favor.
Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon?
In favor.
Councilman Garza?
In favor?
Councilwoman Salgado?
In favor.
I vote in favor. The motion carries. Thank you, Finance Director Barrett, for all of your work and your information regarding today's updates and presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll now proceed on to executive session item 4A, attorney-client consultation to discuss pending litigation styled Henry Arredondo versus City of Del Rio, filed in the 83rd Judicial District Court in Valverde County, Texas, in case number 2020-0073 CIV, and item 4B, attorney-client consultation regarding local health authority and or the Local Public Health Reorganization Act. The current time is 8:51. Mr. Wanowski will be giving us the information to dial in. 4 officially. There was no action taken in executive order. Council, any questions or concerns regarding the items discussed in executive session? Councilman DeRusse?
Negative.
Councilman Carranza?
No, I have nothing.
Councilman Ojeda?
No, sir.
Councilwoman Elizalde Calderon, are you on the call? Or Councilman Garza, is that you?
Yes, sir.
I was just asking if there's any questions or concerns regarding the items discussed in executive session.
No, no questions.
Okay. Councilwoman Salgado?
None?
Okay, and I have no additional questions. We'll now proceed on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 5, the adjournment of this meeting. I move to adjourn at 9:45. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Council. This meeting is adjourned at 9:45. Great meeting, and everybody have a great night. Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Bye-bye.